Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Fog rolled across the Gotham River like a living thing, its tendrils reaching toward the shore with ghostly fingers. The ancient Hargrove Bridge loomed through this shifting veil, its decaying arches and rusted ironwork transformed into something from another time. Once, a vital artery connecting Gotham to its industrial outskirts, the bridge had been partially decommissioned decades ago when newer infrastructure rendered it obsolete. Now it stood in limbo, not completely abandoned, yet largely forgotten by the city it had once served. Batman watched from the shadows of a nearby warehouse roof, his cape settling around him like wings folding. For 3 weeks he had been tracking reports of unusual activities centered around the bridge. Missing persons, strange lights, whispered stories of apparitions that beckoned unwary travelers, leading them into the fog, never to return. Most of Gotham's authorities dismissed these tales as urban legends, the kind that inevitably gather around old structures with troubled histories. But Batman knew that Gotham's legends often grew from seeds of truth. The night was unusually quiet. Even the distant sounds of the city seemed muffled by the fog, creating a pocket of silence around the bridge and its immediate surroundings. The water below moved sluggishly, black and reflective as obsidian, occasionally disturbed by something moving beneath its surface. Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision, scanning the bridge's structure. The thermal imaging revealed nothing unusual, no heat signatures that would indicate human presence. The structural analysis showed advanced decay in several sections, making certain parts of the bridge dangerous to traverse, yet people still crossed it. Fishermen taking shortcuts to favored spots, urban explorers drawn by the bridge's Gothic architecture and dark history, locals from the river neighborhoods who preferred its direct route despite official warnings about its safety, and some who crossed never returned. A soft sound drew Batman's attention, the gentle lapping of water against wood. A small fishing boat emerged from the fog, moving slowly toward the riverbank below his position. The boat's single occupant, an elderly man bundled against the night chill, guided it with the practiced ease of someone who had navigated these waters for decades. Batman recognized him from the case files. Harold Mercer, 73, lifelong Gotham resident, one of the first to report the strange occurrences at the bridge. According to the statement he'd given police, Mercer had seen something that wasn't natural while fishing near the bridge's central span 3 weeks ago. The old fisherman secured his boat to a weathered dock and began unloading his meager catch. Batman descended silently, moving from shadow to shadow until he stood at the edge of the small wooden pier. "Mr. Mercer," he said, his voice quiet but carrying in the still night. The old man started, nearly dropping his fishing gear, then squinted into the darkness. "Who's there? I don't have anything worth stealing, so you'd best move along." Batman stepped forward, allowing the ambient light to reveal his presence. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I want to ask about what you saw at Hargrove Bridge." Recognition dawned on Mercer's weathered face, followed by a complex mixture of emotions. Relief, validation, lingering fear. The Batman, they said you were looking into it. About time somebody took it seriously. He set down his tackle box with deliberate care. GCPD treated me like I was senile or drunk. I haven't touched a drop in 15 years. Tell me what you saw, Batman prompted, keeping his voice level, non-threatening. Everything you remember, exactly as it happened. Mercer glanced nervously toward the bridge, barely visible through the fog. It was a night like this one, fog so thick you could cut it. I was running my lines under the north span, good spot for catfish when the tide's turning. His voice took on the natural rhythm of a born storyteller. Started hearing noises, not regular bridge sounds, not creaking or settling or water. These were like whispers, words just at the edge of hearing. Batman remained silent, listening not just to the words, but to the undercurrents of fear that still colored the old man's voice. Thought it was just water echoing at first, then I saw the lights. Mercer pointed toward the bridge's central section. Not bright, more like lanterns, kind of blue-green, moving along the pedestrian walkway, and figures, carrying them, 3, maybe 4. Couldn't make out faces, but... He hesitated. But, Batman prompted quietly, they weren't right the way they moved. Too smooth, like they were floating, and when they got to the middle of the bridge, they just stopped, turned toward the water. All those lights, looking down at me. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he mimicked the motion. Then one of them beckoned, like it was calling me to come up there. What did you do? Mercer gave a short, humorless laugh. What any sane person would do. Got the hell out of there fast as my old boat would carry me. But I know what I saw, and I'm not the only one. Ask around. Folks in River Point have been seeing things at that bridge for weeks now, and people have gone missing. Batman had already verified those disappearances, 3 in the past month, all last seen near Hargrove Bridge. A homeless man who often slept in the bridge's maintenance tunnels. A graduate student researching Gotham's industrial architecture, and most recently, an amateur paranormal investigator who had gone to the bridge equipped with recording devices, determined to document evidence of what locals were calling the Hargrove haunting. Has anything else unusual happened around the bridge? Batman asked. Changes in boat traffic, unfamiliar vehicles in the area, any patterns to when these appearances occur? Mercer considered the questions with obvious appreciation for their seriousness. Now that you mention it, there's been a big vessel, some kind of private yacht, anchored downriver past the old cannery. Started showing up around the same time as the lights. Foreign flags, I think. Keeps its distance, but smaller boats go back and forth from it, usually late night. He paused, connecting pieces in his mind. And the lights, they come most often when the fog is heaviest. Always after midnight, never before. Useful information, specific details that could be verified and investigated. Whatever was happening at Hargrove Bridge, it followed patterns, and patterns could be tracked. Thank you, Mr. Mercer, you've been helpful. Batman turned to leave, then paused. One more question. In all the stories about this bridge, about its history, are there any specific legends about lights or figures appearing to those who passed by? The old fisherman furrowed his brow. Not that I ever heard, and I've been fishing these waters 50 years. Hargrove Bridge has its dark stories, sure. Gangland executions during Prohibition, suicides during the Depression, that accident in '78 when the maintenance cart failed and sent 3 workers into the river. But ghostly lights, that's new. This detail struck Batman as significant. urban legends typically built upon existing folklore, elaborating and expanding stories passed down through generations. A completely new phenomenon suggested deliberate creation, someone actively generating a supernatural narrative. Stay away from the bridge, Mr. Mercer, especially at night. With that warning, Batman melted back into the shadows, leaving the old fisherman staring after him with an expression caught between relief and lingering unease. The yacht was exactly where Mercer had described, a sleek modern vessel flying Markovian flags, anchored just beyond Gotham's Port Authority jurisdiction. Batman observed it from the abandoned cannery roof, noting the security measures visible even at this distance. Motion sensors, rotating cameras, armed personnel making regular patrols of the deck. Not unusual security for a private yacht in Gotham's notoriously dangerous waters, but the vessel's positioning was telling. Close enough to the city for convenience, yet far enough to avoid routine harbor patrols and customs inspections. The perfect staging area for moving goods in and out of Gotham without official scrutiny. Batman's cowl magnification revealed the yacht's name, the Silent Lady. A quick check through the Batcomputer's database identified it as belonging to Vasily Korda, a Markovian businessman with suspected ties to arms dealing and technology smuggling. No confirmed convictions, but enough international intelligence flags to suggest Korda operated in the shadowy borders between legitimate business and organized crime. As Batman watched, a smaller craft departed the yacht, its running lights dimmed, moving toward the shore on a course that would take it near Hargrove Bridge. The timing aligned with Mercer's observations. Just after midnight, heavy fog, minimal water traffic. Ideal conditions for clandestine operations. Batman fired his grapnel and swung in a wide arc that carried him to the roof of a riverside warehouse, beginning a parallel pursuit along the shore. The small boat moved with deliberate slowness, clearly prioritizing stealth over speed. Its occupants, Batman counted 3 distinct figures, remained low, minimizing their profile against the water. The boat altered course, heading directly for one of Hargrove Bridge's massive support piers. Batman expected it to pass beneath the bridge, but instead it slowed to a stop alongside the concrete foundation. One of the figures stood, reaching toward the seemingly solid structure. A moment later, a section of the pier slid open, revealing a hidden entrance just above the waterline. Clever. The bridge's original designs, which Batman had studied in preparation for this investigation, showed no such access point. This was a modern modification, carefully concealed within the existing architecture. As the boat disappeared into the opening, Batman moved closer, plotting an approach that would allow him to follow without alerting those inside. The fog provided natural cover, thickening around the bridge as if drawn to its weathered stones. Batman descended to water level, using his grapnel to swing beneath the bridge's main span. He moved silently along the understructure, navigating a complex network of support beams and maintenance platforms long abandoned by city workers. As he approached the modified pier, he detected faint illumination emanating from within, a bluish-green glow that matched Mercer's description of the mysterious lights. Keeping to the shadows, Batman located the concealed entrance. The door had closed seamlessly behind the boat, but his cowl's structural analysis revealed the outline and a sophisticated electronic lock securing it. Rather than attempting to breach this entrance directly, Batman continued his exploration of the bridge's understructure. Most large bridges contained maintenance tunnels running through their support systems, passages that would be less carefully monitored than a secret entrance. Within minutes, he located an access hatch that, while rusted and apparently unused for years, led into the bridge's internal network. The hatch protested slightly as he opened it. decades of corrosion making silent entry impossible. Batman paused, listening for any reaction to the noise, but heard nothing except the gentle lapping of water against the bridge foundations. He slipped inside, finding himself in a narrow maintenance tunnel, thick with cobwebs and the musty scent of long abandonment. As he moved deeper into the bridge's structure, the environment began to change. Recent footprints disturbed the dust on the floor. Modern LED strips had been installed along the ceiling, though currently powered down. Cable runs, new, commercial grade, lined the walls. Someone had been systematically repurposing these old maintenance tunnels, converting them into a functional, hidden network within the decaying bridge. Batman followed the cable runs, moving carefully to avoid potential security measures. The tunnels gradually widened, eventually opening into what had once been a maintenance hub at the base of the bridge's central pier. Now it had been transformed into a sophisticated operations center, currently unoccupied but clearly in active use. Computer terminals lined one wall. Shipping containers, their markings removed, were stacked in organized rows. A large digital map of Gotham dominated the central space, with Hargrove Bridge highlighted and multiple routes marked in red, extending from the bridge throughout the city. A smuggling operation, using the abandoned bridge as both headquarters and distribution point. The haunting served as elegant cover, keeping curious locals away while providing a ready explanation for any strange activities observed around the bridge. Anyone who got too close or saw too much would be dismissed as having encountered the ghosts that supposedly haunted the structure. Batman moved through the space without disturbing anything, documenting evidence with his cowl's recording systems. The shipping containers were locked with high security systems that would take time to bypass. Based on dimensions and weight distribution, they likely contained technology or weapons rather than drugs or other contraband. Corder's suspected specialities were military hardware and restricted technological components, high-value items with significant security implications. A noise from one of the connecting tunnels alerted Batman to approaching personnel. He withdrew to the shadows of the ceiling's structural supports, positioned to observe without being detected. 3 men entered the operations center, engaged in conversation. Their accents confirmed Markovian origin, and their casual handling of military-grade weapons suggested professional training. "The next shipment arrives tomorrow night," said the apparent leader, a tall man with a distinctive scar across his jaw. "Corder wants everything cleared from the staging area before then. We'll need to accelerate distribution." "What about the ghost hunters?" asked another, younger and visibly nervous. "Another one was poking around the north entrance yesterday, had cameras and recording equipment." The leader dismissed this concern with a wave. "Handle it like the others. The hunting is working perfectly. Anyone who sees something simply adds to the legend. And those who get too close." He made a pushing motion with his hand. "The river is deep, and Gotham has never cared much about its missing." "And the locals?" asked the third man. "The old fisherman is still talking." "Let him talk. Who believes an old man's ghost stories? The more supernatural rumors circulate, the better our cover. Superstition is our best security system." The scarred man activated one of the computer terminals. "Now, the light show for tonight. We need to maintain the pattern, keep the haunting active in local consciousness." On the screen, a program sequence appeared. Automated lights positioned at key points along the bridge, designed to create the illusion of moving spectral figures when viewed from certain angles. Sophisticated technology creating a very old-fashioned deception. The ghosts of Hargrove Bridge were entirely human in origin, a calculated charade designed to obscure criminal activity. Batman had heard enough to understand the operation. Corder was using the abandoned bridge as a distribution hub for smuggled goods, leveraging local ghost stories as cover. The missing persons were not supernatural disappearances, but deliberate eliminations of witnesses who had seen too much. It was time to end the charade and bring Corder's operation to light. But as he prepared to move, a new figure entered the operations center. A young woman, equipment bags slung over her shoulders, escorted by 2 armed guards. Her hands were bound, and despite obvious fear, she maintained a defiant posture. Batman recognized her immediately from the case files. Eliza Chen, 26, the amateur paranormal investigator who had gone missing 3 days earlier. Found her setting up cameras on the eastern span, one guard explained. Had all kinds of equipment, thermal imaging, audio recorders, the works. The scarred leader approached Chen, studying her with cold calculation. Another ghost hunter? How unfortunate for you that you found something real. He gestured to her equipment. Search it all, make sure there's nothing transmitting to external sources. Then prepare her for transport to the yacht. Cordo will decide what to do with her. The operation had just escalated from smuggling to kidnapping. Batman adjusted his plan accordingly. Chen's safety now took priority over evidence gathering. He would need to extract her first, then return to deal with the smuggling operation and its leadership. As the guards began searching Chen's equipment, Batman moved silently through the shadows, positioning himself for intervention. The confined space of the operations center would limit his tactical options, but it would also contain the confrontation, preventing the guards from dispersing throughout the bridge's complex internal structure. He reached for a smoke pellet, then paused as Chen spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady despite her situation. "The haunting isn't your idea, is it?" she asked the scarred leader. "You're exploiting something that was already here. The bridge really is haunted. I recorded EVPs last week, before you people grabbed me. Voices that don't match any of yours." The leader laughed dismissively. "A technical malfunction, or your own imagination. The only ghosts here are the ones we create, with programmable LEDs and sound equipment." Chen shook her head stubbornly. "I've investigated dozens of supposedly haunted locations. I know the difference between manufactured phenomena and genuine paranormal activity. Hargrove Bridge has both. Your light shows are obvious fakes, but there's something else here. Something older, something you don't control." For the first time, the leader seemed unsettled. "Search her equipment thoroughly," he ordered the guards. "Find these recordings." Batman filed away this unexpected information. While he shared the smuggler's skepticism regarding actual supernatural phenomena, Chen's conviction suggested she had encountered something on the bridge that wasn't part of Corder's elaborate deception. Whether natural phenomena misinterpreted or some other human activity, it represented an unknown variable in the situation. But immediate concerns took precedence over ghost stories. As one guard began unpacking Chen's equipment and the other moved her toward a side tunnel, Batman made his move. 2 smoke pellets landed in the center of the operations hub, immediately filling the space with obscuring vapor. The lights flickered and died as a well-placed batarang hit the electrical panel. In the sudden darkness and confusion, Batman descended from his hiding place, striking with precision rather than power. The guard holding Chen went down first, a nerve strike rendering his arm temporarily useless, followed by a sweep that took his legs from under him. The second guard managed to fire a single wild shot before Batman disarmed him, the weapon clattering into darkness. The scarred leader proved more capable, dropping into a practiced fighting stance despite the smoke and darkness. "I know who you are," he called, his voice betraying no fear. "We were warned you might take an interest in our operation. Then you know how this ends, Batman replied, his voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere in the smoke-filled chamber. The leader responded with a precise series of strikes, indicating formal combat training. Batman blocked, evaluating his opponent's style and weaknesses. The man was skilled but overconfident, committing too fully to offensive movements. Batman endured the flurry of attacks, then countered when the leader overextended, using the man's momentum against him. A precise strike to the solar plexus, followed by a sweeping low kick, and the leader joined his men on the ground. With the immediate threats neutralized, Batman located Chen in the confusion. "Are you hurt?" he asked, cutting her restraints. She shook her head, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and amazement. "You're really him, the Batman." Despite the situation, a hint of professional interest entered her voice. "I've always wondered if the Bat motif was chosen specifically because of its associations with the nocturnal and the liminal, symbolic connections to the space between worlds. Even in crisis, her researcher's mind remained active. Batman redirected her focus to immediate concerns. "We need to move. There will be others." "My equipment," Chen protested. "The recordings." "No time," Batman insisted, guiding her toward the maintenance tunnel he had used to enter. "We need to get you to safety first." As they moved through the narrow passage, emergency lighting activated in the operations center behind them. Backup systems coming online. Voices called out in Markovian, followed by the sound of boots on metal flooring. The alarm had been raised. Batman led Chen through the maintenance network, navigating the complex internal structure of the bridge by memory. "You said you recorded something," he said as they moved. "Something separate from their fake haunting." Chen nodded, her earlier academic interest replaced by genuine unease. 3 nights ago, before they caught me, I was on the bridge around 2 a.m. after their light show had ended. My audio equipment picked up voices, not from the smugglers, something else. Speaking in an old Gotham dialect, talking about a shipment that was late. Talking about the boss being angry. She shivered, despite the tunnel's warmth. The timestamps on the recordings match a period when I was alone on the bridge. No one else was there, but the voices were clear. Batman remained focused on their escape rather than supernatural speculation. The bridge was used by rum runners during Prohibition. Sound carries strangely over water, especially in fog. You might have picked up conversations from boats on the river. Maybe, Chen conceded, though she sounded unconvinced. But what about the cold spots? Temperature drops of 15 degrees in specific locations, with no drafts or structural explanations. And the electromagnetic fluctuations that fried some of my equipment. Those weren't part of their fake haunting. They reached the access hatch Batman had used to enter the bridge's internal structure. Beyond it, the night air carried the sounds of activity, boats moving on the river, voices calling to each other. Corda's operation was mobilizing, likely preparing to evacuate their valuable cargo before authorities could be alerted. "Stay here," Batman instructed Chen, securing the hatch from the inside. "I need to gather evidence before they can remove it. Gordon needs to know exactly what's passing through this smuggling route." Chen caught his arm, surprising herself with her boldness. "You don't believe me about the real haunting, do you? You think it's all either their fakery or natural phenomena I've misinterpreted?" Batman considered his response carefully. "I believe you experienced something you couldn't explain. In my experience, most unexplained phenomena eventually find rational explanations. But right now, the concrete threat is Corda's operation, not possible ghosts." She released him, nodding her understanding. "I'll wait here, but be careful. Whatever I recorded, whatever is really on this bridge beyond those smugglers, it felt old and angry. Batman moved back through the maintenance tunnels, returning to the operations center by a different route. The space was now a hive of activity, with additional personnel having arrived from the yacht. They were systematically dismantling equipment, packing computers and documentation into waterproof cases. The shipping containers were being prepared for movement. From his hidden vantage point, Batman documented everything: faces, container numbers, the specific equipment being transported. His cowl's recording systems captured high-resolution images that would provide Gordon with actionable intelligence on Corder's entire operation. As he observed, a new figure entered the operations center, distinguished from the others by his expensive clothing and commanding presence. Vasily Corder had come to oversee the evacuation personally, a sign of how seriously he took the security breach. The smugglers' leader, now recovered from Batman's attack, reported the situation in rapid Markovian. "Abandon everything that can't be moved in 30 minutes, Corder ordered, switching to accented English. "Priority is the technical components and weapons prototypes. The rest is replaceable." He surveyed the operations center with obvious disappointment. 2 years establishing this route, and now it's compromised. Find the Batman. Find the woman. No witnesses. Batman had heard enough. Quietly, he retreated from his observation position, returning to the maintenance tunnels. Chin needed to be evacuated immediately, and Gordon needed to be alerted to move against the smuggling operation before Corder could relocate the most valuable contraband. As he moved through the narrow passages, Batman became aware of a subtle change in the environment. The temperature had dropped noticeably, his breath now visible in the stale air. The maintenance lights flickered intermittently, though no electrical faults registered on his cowl's diagnostic systems, and beneath the sounds of the smuggler's activity, barely audible, came what might have been whispers, fragmented words in an old Gotham accent, discussing shipments and schedules from a time long past. Batman pushed these observations aside, focusing on the immediate tactical situation. Chen was waiting at the access hatch, visibly relieved when he reappeared. "We need to move quickly," he told her. "Corder is here personally. They're evacuating the operation." Together, they exited the bridge's internal structure, emerging onto a narrow maintenance platform just above the waterline. The fog had thickened further, visibility reduced to mere yards. Through this murky veil came the sounds of boats moving on the river, Corder's men positioning themselves around the bridge to prevent escape. "We can't go by water," Batman concluded. "We'll move up, cross above them." They ascended via a maintenance ladder, reaching the bridge's pedestrian walkway. Here the fog swirled in distinct patterns, forming what almost appeared to be figures before dissipating. The air was noticeably colder than it should have been for the season, with patches of frost forming on the metal railing despite the relative warmth of the night. Chen noticed these details with a researcher's intensity. "Do you see? This isn't part of their fakery. The temperature variations, the fog formations. These are classic signs of genuine paranormal activity." Batman remained focused on practical concerns. "Stay close. We need to reach the north end of the bridge. Gordon's people can extract you there." They moved along the walkway, Batman constantly scanning for pursuit. The bridge creaked and settled around them, decades of structural fatigue expressing itself in random sounds that echoed strangely in the fog. Chin jumped at each noise, her earlier academic interest in the paranormal now tempered by very real fear. "Listen," she whispered suddenly, stopping in her tracks. "Do you hear them?" Batman paused, filtering the ambient sounds through his trained senses. Beneath the natural noises of the bridge and river came something else, the murmur of voices, seemingly emerging from the fog itself. The words were fragmented, difficult to isolate, but their cadence suggested conversation rather than the wind or water sounds that might mimic human speech. Old Gotham dialect, Chen said, confirming Batman's own assessment. Prohibition era based on the slang terms, just like I recorded before. Before Batman could respond, lights appeared ahead of them on the walkway, powerful flashlights cutting through the fog, accompanied by the distinctive sound of weapons being readied. Corder's men had anticipated their escape route and moved to intercept. "Back," Batman ordered, guiding Chen toward an access door that led into the bridge's superstructure. The door was locked, but a quick application of a specialized tool from his utility belt defeated the mechanism. They slipped inside just as gunfire erupted behind them, bullets pinging harmlessly off the closing metal door. They found themselves in a narrow maintenance corridor that ran through the bridge's upper framework. Emergency lighting provided minimal illumination, casting long shadows across rusted metal surfaces. Batman led the way, navigating by memory and intuition through the labyrinthine internal structure. "We're moving toward the south end now," he explained quietly. "There's another access point that will let us exit near the old harbor district, less likely to be watched." Chen followed closely, her earlier fear now accompanied by a researcher's curiosity as she observed their surroundings. "This bridge has seen so much history," she whispered. "Prohibition smuggling, gang warfare, the industrial decline, all those stories of people who disappeared here over the decades." "Focus on the present," Batman advised, though he understood her fascination. Hargrove Bridge was indeed a repository of Gotham's darker history, a physical link to eras of corruption and crime that had shaped the city's character. Whether one believed in the supernatural or not, the weight of that history was tangible in these rusting corridors and abandoned spaces. As they moved deeper into the bridge's framework, the temperature continued to drop, frost now forming visibly on metal surfaces. The emergency lights flickered more frequently, sometimes fading entirely before reluctantly returning to life, and the whispers grew more distinct. Conversations about shipments and police patrols, arguments over territory and profit shares, all in the distinctive cadence of Gotham's prohibition-area underworld. Even Batman, with his firmly rational worldview, had to acknowledge that these phenomena were difficult to explain through conventional means. No part of Corder's elaborate deception required actual cold spots or disembodied voices within the bridge's structure. These were either natural phenomena with explanations he had yet to identify, or something else entirely. "It's getting stronger," Chen observed, her voice hushed with both fear and scientific interest. "The energy, the manifestations, something's amplifying them." A new sound reached them, boots on metal, voices calling in Markovian. Corder's men had breached the maintenance door and were now in pursuit, moving efficiently through the bridge's internal structure. Batman estimated at least 6 individuals, armed and converging on their position from multiple directions. "We need to move faster," he urged, guiding Chen toward a narrow access shaft that would take them to a lower level of the bridge. As they approached the shaft, the emergency lights failed completely, plunging the corridor into absolute darkness. Batman's cowl automatically switched to night vision, but Chen was left blind in the sudden blackness. "I can't see," she whispered, panic edging into her voice. "Take my hand," Batman instructed, reaching back to guide her. "I can see well enough for both of us." As their hands connected, the temperature plummeted further, their breath now forming visible clouds in the darkness. The whispers rose to a conversation-level murmur, surrounding them completely, and in Batman's night vision display, something impossible appeared. Heat signatures where no physical bodies existed. Vague, human-shaped forms moving through the corridor around them. Chen's grip tightened painfully on his hand. "They're here," she breathed. "You see them too, don't you?" The real ghosts of Hargrove Bridge. Before Batman could respond, gunfire erupted from both ends of the corridor. Corder's men had located them. But something unexpected happened as the first bullets flew. The ghostly heat signatures moved, interposing themselves between the smugglers and Batman's position. The temperature dropped to near freezing levels, metal surfaces cracking from the sudden extreme cold. The emergency lights surged back to life, flickering wildly, revealing a scene from nightmare, the air itself seeming to solidify into translucent, human-shaped forms that blocked the corridor. The smugglers' reaction was immediate and visceral. Hardened criminals who had faced down police and rival gangs without flinching now broke into open panic, firing wildly at apparitions that absorbed bullets without effect. Their shouts of fear echoed through the bridge's structure as they retreated in disarray, no longer concerned with their quarry, focused only on escape from what they could not understand or fight. In the sudden, eerie quiet that followed, Batman and Chen found themselves in a corridor empty of living pursuers but filled with something else. The translucent forms remained, surrounding them in a loose circle. Now visible even without specialized vision, the figures appeared as men from another era, the distinctive clothing and features of prohibitionary gangsters, rendered in semi-permanent form that shifted and wavered like smoke given temporary substance. Chen's scientific mind battled with raw human fear, curiosity temporarily winning. "They protected us," she whispered, her voice shaking but analytical. "Why would they do that?" The figures made no direct response, but the whispers changed, becoming more focused, more directed. Batman caught fragments about territory and interlopers and our bridge. Possessive phrases suggesting that whatever these manifestations might be, they viewed Hargrove Bridge as their domain. Corder's smugglers were unwelcome intruders, just as the original gangsters would have violently rejected rival operations in their territory. Batman's rational mind raced through possible explanations. Collective hallucination induced by unknown chemical agents, elaborate holographic technology, even symptoms of oxygen deprivation in the enclosed space. None fully accounted for what they were experiencing, but the immediate tactical situation took precedence over metaphysical questions. "We need to keep moving," he said quietly to Chen. "Whatever's happening here, we're still in danger from Kordash people." As if in response to his words, the spectral figures began to drift apart, creating a clear path toward the access shaft. One figure, more distinct than the others, made a beckoning gesture before floating through the solid metal of the wall, an impossible action that defied all physical laws. "They're showing us a way out," Chen realized, scientific fascination now completely overriding her fear. "They want us to follow." Batman remained cautious but pragmatic. Their options were limited, and the bridge was crawling with armed smugglers. If these manifestations, whatever their true nature, were offering guidance, practical considerations suggested accepting it. They moved to the wall where the figure had disappeared, finding not solid metal but a previously hidden access panel, its edges now rimmed with frost. Beyond lay a narrow maintenance shaft, descending to lower levels of the bridge. Without Corder's detailed knowledge of the structure or the spectral guidance, they might never have located this escape route. The descent was precarious, the shaft clearly long abandoned, its ladder rungs corroded and weakened by decades of neglect. They moved carefully, Batman taking the lead to test each rung before Chen followed. Around them, the whispers continued, sometimes accompanied by brief visual manifestations, faces forming in the condensation on the walls, hands of fog reaching out before dissipating, the constant sensation of being watched by unseen presences. When they finally emerged from the shaft, they found themselves in what had once been a hidden storage area built into the bridge's southern support pier. Prohibition-era crates still lined the walls, their contents long since removed, but their presence confirming the space's original purpose, a smuggler's cache where contraband could be temporarily stored away from prying eyes. History repeating itself, Chun observed quietly. Corda using the same routes, the same methods as the smugglers from a century ago. Batman examined the room, quickly locating a rusted door that, according to his mental map of the bridge, should lead to an exit near the southern shore. Criminals often rediscover old methods, he agreed. The principles of smuggling haven't changed, even if the contraband has evolved from liquor to weapons technology. As they approached the exit, the spectral activity intensified one final time. The temperature dropped sharply, frost patterns forming on the ancient crates and walls. The whispers rose to audible speech, fragments of conversation about territory and protection and our bridge, before fading gradually away. And for a brief moment, the figures appeared once more solid and distinct than before, standing in a loose semicircle near the exit. One stepped forward, tipping his Prohibition-era hat in what seemed almost like a gesture of respect, before all of them faded like fog in morning sunlight. Chen stared at the now empty space, her scientific mind visibly struggling with the implications of what she had witnessed. "They wanted us to escape," she said finally, "but not because they cared about us specifically. They wanted us to stop Corda's operation, to remove the interlopers from their territory." Batman didn't dispute her interpretation. Whatever they had experienced, genuine supernatural phenomena or something with a more rational explanation yet to be discovered, the practical outcome aligned with his mission. The ghosts of Hargrove Bridge, whether real or metaphorical, had opposed Corda's operation as an intrusion on their domain. The exit door led them to a small, hidden pier on the southern shore, currently unguarded, as Corda's focus remained on the northern and central sections of the bridge. Batman guided Chen to the shadows of the riverbank, the fog providing natural cover as they moved away from the bridge's immediate vicinity. "Gordon's people will meet us near the Harbor Master's office," Batman explained. "You'll need to tell them everything you saw, both Corda's operation and your experiences on the bridge before you were captured." Chen nodded, still processing the night's events. "And the other things we saw? The manifestations? Include everything in your statement," Batman advised. "Gordon is more open-minded than most GCPD officers. He'll focus on the smuggling operation, but won't dismiss your other observations outright." They moved silently along the shoreline, watchful for pursuit. The sounds of Corday's operation in disarray echoed across the water, raised voices, boats moving erratically, the occasional burst of confused gunfire as nervous smugglers responded to shadows and noises in the fog. The carefully orchestrated criminal enterprise had devolved into chaos. "Will they come back?" Chen asked suddenly. "The smugglers, I mean. Once they've calmed down, will they return to the bridge?" Batman considered the question. "Unlikely. Corda is pragmatic. The operation is compromised, and his men have been genuinely frightened by something they can't rationalize away. He'll cut his losses, abandon this route, try to establish somewhere else." He paused, then added, "Criminal superstition can be a powerful deterrent. The bridge's new reputation will spread through Gotham's underworld quickly." Protected by ghosts, Chen mused, a hint of academic interest returning to her voice. I need to go back, with proper equipment, to document what we experienced scientifically. Peter Corder's operation is fully dismantled, Batman cautioned, and not alone. Whatever explanation you eventually find for the phenomena we witnessed, the bridge remains structurally unsound. Real-world dangers exist alongside possible supernatural ones. They reached the Harbour Master's office without incident. Patrol cars waited with lights off, Gordon himself standing in the shadows, recognizable by his silhouette in the glow of his cigarette. Batman quickly explained the situation, providing the evidence he had gathered about Corder's smuggling operation and emphasizing Chen's role as both witness and initial investigator. So they were using ghost stories to keep people away from their smuggling route, Gordon summarized, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Pretty clever, actually. Most criminals try to stay under the radar completely. These guys weaponized local superstition to create the perfect cover. There's more to it than that, Commissioner, Chen interjected, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. The smugglers were exploiting existing local legends, but they didn't create the phenomena I initially documented. There's something else on that bridge, something that predates Corder's operation and will remain long after you shut it down. Gordon raised an eyebrow, glancing at Batman. You're saying the bridge is actually haunted? For real? Batman remained neutral. We experienced unusual phenomena that aren't easily explained by Corder's deception techniques or known environmental factors. Ms. Chen's expertise in paranormal investigation makes her observations particularly valuable, regardless of the ultimate explanation. This measured response seemed to satisfy Gordon, who had seen enough in his years protecting Gotham to maintain an open mind about unexplained events. Well, whatever's happening on that bridge, natural or supernatural, I'll have units surrounding it within 20 minutes. If Corder or his people are still there, we'll get them. They're evacuating as we speak, Batman informed him. Priority will be intercepting the yacht, the Silent Lady. That's where the most valuable contraband will be taken. As Gordon coordinated with Harbor Patrol to intercept the vessel, Batman drew Chin aside for a final conversation. Your research into the bridge's phenomena led to the exposure of a major smuggling operation. Whatever explanation you eventually determine for the experiences we shared tonight, your persistence served Gotham well. Chen smiled, professional pride mingling with lingering awe at the night's events. Science doesn't have all the answers yet, Batman. Some phenomena exist in the borderlands between what we can explain and what we can only experience. Hargrove Bridge seems to be one of those places. She paused, then added more softly, but thank you for not dismissing my observations outright. Most people would have. Batman nodded acknowledgement. Gotham is a city of shadows and secrets. Some are created by criminals like Corder. Some emerge from the city's long and troubled history. A detective can't afford to dismiss evidence simply because it challenges existing paradigms. With Gordon's operation fully mobilized and Chen safely in police protection, Batman prepared to depart. His immediate mission was complete. But questions remained about the nature of what they had experienced on the bridge, about the intersection of Gotham's criminal past and present, about the boundaries between rational explanation and phenomena that defied conventional understanding. He would return to Hargrove Bridge in the coming days, conducting his own investigation into the manifestations Chen had documented. Whether the explanation proved to be environmental factors, elaborate technology, or something that stretched the limits of current scientific understanding, the mystery deserved resolution. As Batman vanished into the night, Gordon watched his departure with the familiar mixture of gratitude and exasperation that characterized their long professional relationship. "Always disappears before the paperwork," he muttered to no one in particular, turning back to coordinate the final phases of the operation against Corda's smuggling network. 3 nights later, Batman stood alone on Hargrove Bridge, the fog once again shrouding the structure in its ghostly embrace. Gordon's operation had been successful. Corda arrested aboard his yacht, contraband seized, the smuggling network dismantled. The bridge had been temporarily closed for structural assessment, giving Batman the perfect opportunity to investigate without interference. He had brought specialized equipment, sensors for temperature variations, electromagnetic field detectors, atmospheric composition analyzers, high-sensitivity audio recorders. If the phenomena he and Chen had experienced had scientific explanations, these tools would help identify them. If not, the data would still be valuable, defining the boundaries where current scientific understanding ended. The bridge creaked and settled around him as he methodically worked his way from the southern entrance toward the central span. Temperature readings showed the cold spots Chen had described, localized areas where the air was significantly cooler than surrounding spaces, with no structural or environmental explanation for the variations. EMF readings spiked in patterns that correlated with the cold spots, creating distinctive signatures unlike typical urban electromagnetic fields. And as he approached the central span, the whispers began again, fragments of conversation from Prohibition-era Gotham, discussions of shipments and territory and respect. Batman recorded everything, his cowl's systems capturing frequencies beyond normal human hearing, alongside the audible sounds. He reached the hidden storage room where he and Chen had made their final escape 3 nights earlier. The temperature dropped noticeably as he entered, his breath immediately visible in the chilled air. The ancient smuggler's cache looked exactly as before. Abandoned crates, decades of dust, the rusted door leading to the hidden pier. "Your bridge is safe now," Batman said to the empty room, feeling slightly foolish for addressing entities that might exist only in superstition and suggestion. "The new smugglers are gone. They won't be using your territory again." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the temperature began to rise, returning to normal levels. The whispers faded to silence, and on the wall opposite, frost formed in a distinct pattern. What might have been interpreted as the simple words, "our bridge," before slowly melting away as the room warmed. Batman recorded this final phenomenon, adding it to the data he had gathered throughout the night. He would analyze everything, compare it with known scientific explanations, consult experts in relevant fields. Perhaps someday he would understand exactly what dwelled on Hargrove Bridge. Whether memories somehow imprinted on the physical environment, collective human consciousness given form through unknown mechanisms, or entities that existed beyond current scientific paradigms. As entities that existed beyond current scientific paradigms, but as he left the bridge to the night and the fog, Batman acknowledged that some mysteries might remain unsolved, some questions unanswered. In a city as old and complex as Gotham, the past never truly died. It lingered in architecture and alleys, in traditions and tales, in the collective memory of generations who had lived and died in its embrace. Whether one called these echoes ghosts or history, whether they manifested through scientific principles yet to be understood, or through something beyond the material world entirely, they remained an integral part of Gotham's identity. The city was built on layers of stories, some bright with hope, others dark with corruption and crime, all contributing to the complex tapestry that Batman had sworn to protect. As he disappeared into the fog, leaving Hargrove Bridge to its secrets and its silence, Batman carried with him a deeper understanding of his city's multifaceted nature. Gotham was more than buildings and streets, more than criminals and victims, more than the sum of its measurable parts. It was a living entity, shaped by all who had walked its paths before, their lives and actions reverberating through time like whispers on a fog-shrouded bridge. The past and present existed in constant conversation, influencing each other in ways both subtle and profound. And sometimes, in places where that conversation grew particularly intense, the boundaries between then and now, between the explicable and the mysterious, became thin enough to cross, if only for those with the patience to listen and the courage to acknowledge what they heard. Batman returned to his regular patrol, leaving Hargrove Bridge to its quietude and its ghosts, whether real or metaphorical, knowing that Gotham would always hold mysteries beyond full explanation, shadows beyond complete illumination. And perhaps that was as it should be, in a city where legends and reality had always existed side by side, each drawing strength and substance from the other across the silent bridge of time. And while the whispers of the past faded back into the fog surrounding Hargrove Bridge, another tale was beginning in a very different part of Gotham. For in this city, mysteries take many forms, some rooted in history's shadows, others born from the pulse of modern life itself. Tonight, we follow Batman to Burnside, where the glow of screens and the hum of technology create their own kind of twilight, and danger moves at the speed of information itself. Our next story unfolds in Midnight in Burnside. The neon glow of Burnside painted the night sky in soft purples and blues, a stark contrast to the shadowy Gothic architecture that dominated most of Gotham. From his perch atop the restored Burnside clock tower, Batman watched the district's unique nightlife unfold below. Young professionals leaving late-night coding sessions, delivery robots quietly navigating sidewalks, and the occasional police patrol car making its rounds through streets lined with a mix of trendy cafes and historic brick buildings. But beneath this peaceful surface, unease had been growing. Over the past month, 6 of Burnside's most promising tech startups had been silently breached. No broken windows, no forced doors, no triggered alarms. The only evidence of intrusion came in the morning, when prototypes and research data were discovered missing. Each theft was so expertly executed that some victims didn't realize they'd been robbed until days later, when they noticed subtle gaps in their inventory or corrupted sections in their backup files. Another quiet night so far, Oracle's voice came through Batman's cowl, calm and focused. Barbara Gordon had made the clock tower her base of operations years ago, and no one knew Burnside's rhythm better than she did. But something feels off about the pattern tonight. The last 3 thefts happened on nights just like this: clear weather, moderate foot traffic, optimal conditions for staying unnoticed. Batman adjusted his position, scanning the rooftops with his cowl's enhanced vision. Your instincts about this district are usually right, Barbara. What's bothering you specifically? The timing, she replied, keyboard clicks punctuating her words. Our mysterious thief has been hitting targets every 8 to 10 days. We're on day 9 since the last breach at Neurotech Solutions. If the pattern holds, they'll strike again tonight. A brief pause, then, I've been monitoring local network traffic. Nothing obvious yet, but there are subtle fluctuations in some of the older buildings' power grids. Batman's attention shifted to a converted warehouse 2 blocks north. Apex Innovations, he said. They're scheduled to unveil a new quantum encryption protocol next week. Valuable target. My thoughts exactly, Oracle agreed. Apex took over that building 6 months ago, but they kept a lot of the original infrastructure. including more typing sounds. An old service tunnel system that connects to several adjacent buildings. The city sealed most of the entrances during renovation, but the blueprints show at least 3 access points that might have been overlooked. Send me the building schematics, Batman requested, already moving across the rooftops with practiced silence. The night air carried a hint of autumn chill, and most windows in the surrounding buildings were dark. Perfect conditions for someone wanting to move unseen. Oracle's data appeared in his cowl's display, detailed maps showing both the modern office layout and the historic tunnel network beneath. Batman analyzed the overlay as he moved, noting how the old industrial passages created a hidden web connecting multiple tech companies' buildings. An elegant solution for a thief wanting to bypass surface-level security. I'm also picking up some interesting financial patterns, Oracle continued. 3 of the victimized companies recently received major funding from the same investment group, New Horizon Ventures. They specifically backed projects involving quantum computing and neural interface technology. Batman reached the edge of Apex Innovation's roof, scanning for security measures. Someone's collecting pieces of a larger puzzle, he observed. Each stolen prototype could be a component of something bigger. What do we know about New Horizon? Founded 18 months ago by Dr. Elena Winters, Oracle replied, former Chief Research Officer at Wayne Enterprises' Applied Sciences Division. Left to start her own venture capital firm focusing on emerging tech. Clean record, brilliant reputation, but she trailed off momentarily. There's something about the timing of her investments that feels too perfect, like she knew exactly which projects would produce viable results. Batman located a maintenance access panel, expertly bypassing its electronic lock. She had inside knowledge of Wayne Enterprises' research priorities, he noted. Could have used that to identify promising startups early. True, Oracle acknowledged. But some of these companies weren't even on Wayne Enterprises' radar. And the stolen prototypes? They're all complementary technologies. Pieces that could theoretically be combined into something far more advanced than any individual company was developing. The access panel opened silently, revealing a service ladder descending into darkness. Batman activated his cowl's night vision as he began climbing down. You think Winters is orchestrating the thefts, using investment access to gather intel on potential targets? It's a theory, Oracle said, but something doesn't quite fit. The break-ins are too elegant, too technically sophisticated. They feel more like the work of a talented hacker than a corporate executive. More typing sounds. I'm detecting unusual power draws in Apex's server room. Someone's definitely inside the system. Batman reached the bottom of the ladder, finding himself in a narrow maintenance corridor lined with cables and pipes. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint hum of electronics. He moved silently, following the path that would lead to the sealed tunnel entrance shown in Oracle's schematics. Security patrol approaching your position, Oracle warned. 2 guards, standard corporate detail. They're using a new route tonight. Someone modified their patrol pattern in the system. Batman melted into a shadowed alcove as flashlight beams swept the corridor. 2 security officers passed by, their conversation barely above a whisper. "Third sweep tonight," one guard said. "Ms. Winters really has everyone on edge with these extra patrols." "Can you blame her?" the other replied. "After what happened at Neurotech, half their research data gone without a trace. She's got millions invested in this place." Once the guards turned the corner, Batman continued toward the tunnel entrance. "Winters is here tonight?" "In her private office on the top floor," Oracle confirmed. She's been personally overseeing security upgrades at all her investment properties since the thefts started. But here's where it gets interesting. I just found some encrypted communications between her office and an anonymous server. The encryption is incredibly sophisticated, using quantum key distribution, very bleeding edge. Batman reached the tunnel entrance, a heavy steel door marked with faded warning signs. The electronic lock showed active security protocols, but something about its installation caught his attention. The lock housing has been modified, he observed. Recently, someone added a secondary circuit to the standard security system. A back door, Oracle said, her typing becoming more intense. Give me a minute. Yes, there's a hidden command channel, but the programming is bizarre. Layers of security that seem designed to fail in very specific ways, like someone wanted to make it look secure while actually leaving a way in. Can you trigger it? Already done, Oracle replied with satisfaction. The door should unlock in 3, 2, 1. The lock disengaged with a soft click. Batman eased the door open, revealing a dark tunnel stretching into the building's foundations. The air from within carried the musty scent of age mixed with something else, the distinct ozone smell of active electronics. I'm picking up new power fluctuations, Oracle reported. Multiple systems coming online in the server room. Someone's definitely making their move. Batman moved through the tunnel with practiced stealth, his footsteps silent on the concrete floor. The passage showed signs of recent use, subtle scuff marks, displaced dust, the occasional fresh scratch on old pipes. Someone had been using this route regularly. The tunnel branched several times, but Batman followed Oracle's guidance through the maze-like network. They had worked together long enough that her directions needed minimal explanation, a perfect partnership of information and action. Security cameras in the server room just went into diagnostic mode, Oracle said. Very smooth loop insertion. Whoever's doing this knows their systems inside and out. A pause, then, wait, I'm seeing something strange in the power readings. The usage pattern, I've seen it before in my own systems. When I was testing quantum encryption protocols, Batman stopped at a junction, listening intently. From somewhere above came the faint sound of sophisticated cooling systems. They were directly beneath the server room. You think our thief has quantum computing capabilities? It would explain a lot, Oracle replied. The ability to breach encrypted systems without leaving traces, the interest in quantum technology, prototypes. But that kind of hardware is incredibly rare. Only a handful of people would have access to it. She trailed off as Batman held up his hand, signaling silence. His cowl's audio enhancement had picked up something. The soft whir of servo motors, barely audible through the ceiling. Someone, or something, was moving in the server room above. Motion detected on my feeds, Oracle confirmed quietly. Single target, moving with purpose. They're accessing the main server cluster. Batman located a maintenance shaft that led up to the server room's raised floor. The access panel was secured with another modified lock, similar to the tunnel entrance. Oracle disabled it without being asked, their years of cooperation making words unnecessary. The panel opened silently, giving Batman a view of the server room from below. Banks of computers filled the space with a soft blue glow and the constant hum of cooling fans. And there, moving between the servers with inhuman precision, was a figure that explained much about their mysterious thief. It was a robot, or more accurately, a highly sophisticated android. Its design was sleek and efficient, clearly built for stealth and delicate manipulation rather than combat. As Batman watched, it connected directly to a server bank through multiple interfaces, downloading data at incredible speeds. "Are you seeing this?" he sub-vocalized to Oracle. "Crystal clear through your cowl feed," she replied, her voice carrying equal parts amazement and concern. "That's bleeding-edge robotics. The servo sounds match recordings from... wait. More rapid typing, cross-referencing with Wayne Enterprises records. The movement patterns are nearly identical to a prototype android design from Applied Sciences, Dr. Winter's last project before she left. She took more than just knowledge when she departed," Batman observed. He continued watching as the android worked, noting its efficiency and precision. But something still doesn't add up. This level of sophistication, the quantum computing capabilities you detected, this goes beyond even Wayne Enterprises' current technology. "Agreed," Oracle said, "and look at how it's accessing the systems. Those aren't corporate infiltration protocols. That's a hacker's approach, adapted for machine implementation. Someone took Dr. Winter's android design and heavily modified it with..." She paused. "Oh? What is it?" "The coding style, the quantum encryption methods. They're familiar because I've seen them before, in my own work. Someone's been studying my techniques, learning from how I operate as Oracle. They've created a hybrid of corporate robotics and independent hacker methodology." The android finished its data extraction and began disconnecting from the servers. Its movements were almost beautiful in their fluid precision, the perfect fusion of mechanical efficiency and programmed grace. "Dr. Winters isn't working alone," Oracle concluded. "She's partnered with someone who has intimate knowledge of hacking techniques, quantum computing, and..." She hesitated. "And me." Batman was already moving, anticipating the android's exit route. "The student who helped you develop your early systems. The one who disappeared 2 years ago, after that argument about ethical applications of technology. Aiden Chen?" Oracle confirmed, her voice carrying a mix of sadness and understanding. "He always said we weren't pushing the boundaries far enough, that we were letting arbitrary moral constraints limit innovation. He must have approached Dr. Winters after leaving, offering to combine their expertise. The android was heading for a different maintenance shaft, one that would lead it back into the tunnel network. Batman positioned himself at a junction where multiple passages converged, waiting in perfect stillness. "What are they building?" he asked quietly. "With all the stolen prototypes and data, given the components they've collected," Oracle's typing reached a furious pace. "Quantum processing, neural interfaces, advanced robotics, they could be creating a hybrid system, something that could bridge human consciousness directly into Gotham's digital infrastructure, total access to every networked system in the city." The android appeared at the end of the tunnel, its sensors sweeping for threats. Batman remained motionless in the shadows, observing its behavior. The machine moved with remarkable stealth, but there was something almost arrogant in its efficiency, a reflection of its creators' belief in their own superiority. "They're not just stealing technology," Oracle realized. "They're proving a point, showing how vulnerable traditional security systems are to their combined approach. Corporate innovation meets underground hacking expertise. Where would they need to be to attempt citywide implementation?" Batman asked, still watching the android's approach. "Somewhere with massive computing power and direct access to Gotham's main data trunks," Oracle replied. "Like the new quantum research center that New Horizon Ventures just finished building. It comes online tomorrow night." The android reached the junction. For a moment, Batman thought it might pass by without detecting him. Then its head turned with mechanical precision, sensors locking onto his position. Instead of attacking or fleeing, it simply stood there, as if studying him. A new voice came through Batman's cowl, male, young, carrying an unsettling blend of enthusiasm and cold calculation. I wondered when you'd catch up to us, Batman. Though, I suppose I should thank Oracle too. Hi, Barbara. Your techniques were incredibly helpful in designing our little collector here. Aiden, Oracle responded, her voice professionally calm despite the personal betrayal. I always knew you were brilliant, but this? Using my own methods to steal from innocent developers? Innocent? Aiden laughed. They're all playing the same game, rushing to be first to market, keeping innovations locked behind corporate walls. We're liberating technology that should be pushing boundaries, not serving profit margins. The android continued to watch Batman, its posture suggesting it was recording and analyzing his every move. Dr. Winter's voice joined the conversation, smooth and confident. Think of it as aggressive investment strategy, Batman. These companies all refused our original partnership offers, so we're acquiring their innovations through more direct means. By stealing their work, Batman said, and using it to build something that could compromise every system in Gotham. To demonstrate how vulnerable those systems already are, Aiden corrected. The quantum bridge we're building will prove that centralized control of technology is an illusion. Anyone with sufficient skill and vision can access anything. A pause. We've programmed our collector to avoid violence, by the way. It's not really necessary when you have superior technology. As if to demonstrate this point, the android suddenly emitted a focused electromagnetic pulse. The tunnel lights flickered, and Batman's cowl systems momentarily scrambled. By the time they reset, the machine had vanished into the tunnel network. Lost visual, Batman reported, already moving to pursue. Its power signature is masked, Oracle added, but we know where they're going. The Quantum Research Center. All of this has been building toward tomorrow night's activation. Batman reached street level, emerging into Burnside's neon-lit night. They'll need time to set up their equipment, integrate the stolen components. When does the center's security go live? 6 p.m. tomorrow. After that, even I would have trouble getting in without being detected. Oracle's typing continued steadily. But here's something interesting. Dr. Winters scheduled a private tour for potential investors at 4, a perfect cover for bringing in additional equipment. Or a trap, Batman noted. They know we'll anticipate their move. True, but they're also confident in their technological superiority. Aiden always did enjoy showing off his work. Oracle's voice carried years of experience with her former student's psychology. They'll want witnesses to their demonstration, people who can appreciate the technical brilliance of what they've achieved. Batman was already moving across rooftops, heading back toward the clock tower. We'll need a different approach, something they won't expect from either of us. I might have an idea, Oracle said, a hint of satisfaction entering her voice. They've been studying my techniques, learning from how I operate, but they've forgotten something important about how I work. What's that? I believe in redundancy, she replied, and in having friends in unexpected places. Let me make some calls. If we're going to stop a technological masterpiece, we might need to get a little old school. The Quantum Research Center rose like a monument to modern innovation, a gleaming structure of glass and steel that somehow managed to complement Burnside's historic architecture rather than overshadow it. As 4 p.m. approached, a select group of investors and tech journalists gathered in the lobby, eager for their exclusive preview of New Horizon Ventures' latest achievement. Batman watched from a carefully chosen vantage point as Dr. Elena Winters greeted her guests. She moved with the confident grace of someone accustomed to commanding attention, her presentation already beginning as she led the group toward the elevators. Right on schedule. Security systems are operating normally, Oracle reported through his cowl. No signs of tampering yet, but there's significant activity in the quantum computing lab on the 15th floor. Power consumption levels suggest they're already running tests on integrated systems. The quantum processors are drawing enough power to support a small neighborhood. Expected for normal calibration testing? Batman asked, though he already suspected the answer. Not even close, Oracle replied. They're pushing the hardware well beyond standard parameters, the kind of processing power you'd need for city-wide system access. A brief pause filled with typing sounds. Dr. Winters is taking the tour group to the public labs first. Lots of impressive but relatively conventional tech. The quantum lab is scheduled for the end of the tour. Perfect timing for their demonstration, Batman noted. He shifted positions slightly, watching the last of the guests enter the elevator. How long until our unexpected friend arrives? Right about now. Right on cue, a maintenance van pulled up to the building's service entrance. The driver stepped out, an elderly man in a worn but clean uniform, his movements unhurried and completely natural. James Gordon, retired GCPD commissioner, had always been good at going unnoticed when he wanted to. Security's letting him through, Oracle reported with satisfaction. His credentials check out perfectly. Long-time electrical systems contractor, all the proper certifications. Amazing what you can do with a few hours access to municipal databases. Batman allowed himself a small smile. Gordon had been the one to suggest this approach when Oracle called him. Sometimes the old ways work best, he had said. Everyone notices the fancy new security systems. Nobody looks twice at the maintenance guy, who's been around forever. Now Gordon made his way inside, pushing a cart loaded with diagnostic equipment. To anyone watching, he was just another contractor doing routine checks. Exactly the sort of detail that tended to fade into the background during high-profile events. "All right," Oracle said, her typing taking on a different rhythm. "I'm watching both the tour group and the quantum lab through different camera feeds. Tour's currently in the robotics department. And yes, there's our android friend, sitting deactivated among other prototypes, hiding in plain sight. And the lab? 2 technicians, running what look like standard calibration sequences, but the power readings tell a different story. They're preparing for something much bigger." More typing. Dad's reached the service corridor on 15. No alerts triggered. Batman began moving along his pre-planned route, using maintenance passages and blind spots in the security coverage. He and Oracle had spent hours analyzing the building's systems, finding the subtle gaps that always existed in even the most sophisticated defenses. "Tour groups moving faster than scheduled," Oracle noted. "Dr. Winters seems eager to reach the main event. They'll hit the quantum lab in 15 minutes instead of 20. "Plenty of time," Batman replied, reaching a utility access panel. The electronic lock disengaged silently, Oracle's work, allowing him to slip inside the building's infrastructure space. These narrow passages, designed for maintenance crews to access critical systems, ran throughout the structure like architectural veins. Gordon's voice came through the cowl, quiet and professional. "Found the primary network junction, just like you said. They've added some interesting modifications to the standard configuration. Custom quantum repeaters," Oracle explained, "designed to extend their control range across the city's fiber optic network. But they'll only work if they can establish the initial connection through the main quantum processors." Batman navigated the utility space with practiced ease, following Oracle's guidance toward the Quantum Lab's auxiliary cooling system access. The massive processors generated enough heat to require dedicated temperature control, which meant maintenance routes that bypassed standard security. Tour groups reached the 14th floor, Oracle updated. Dr. Winters is giving her quantum computing presentation. The usual corporate buzzwords about revolutionary technology and paradigm shifts. A pause. The android just activated. It's moving toward the service elevator. Right on schedule, Batman confirmed. He reached the cooling system access, finding exactly what they expected, a modified maintenance panel concealing additional hardware. They've installed quantum repeater nodes throughout the building's infrastructure. Everything's ready for citywide implementation. Dad, are you in position? Ready when you need me, Gordon replied calmly. Though I still don't understand half of what this equipment does. You don't need to, Oracle assured him. Just follow the sequence we discussed. More rapid typing. Tour groups heading up. Androids nearly at the lab. Everyone's converging right where we want them. Batman secured his position near the hidden access panel, waiting. Years of experience had taught him the value of patience, letting events develop according to the opposition's plan until the perfect moment to intervene. Winters and Aiden were brilliant, but their confidence in their technological superiority had made them predictable. Tool group entering the quantum lab, Oracle narrated. Android arriving through the service entrance, power levels spiking in the main processors. Her voice carried focused intensity. They're starting their demonstration early. Quantum bridge activation in 3, 2, 1. The building's lights flickered almost imperceptibly as massive power surged through the quantum processors. Through the access panel, Batman could hear Dr. Winter's voice, carrying the practiced charm of a seasoned presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to witness will change the very nature of how we interact with technology. Today we demonstrate true digital convergence, the ability to bridge human consciousness directly into Gotham's technological infrastructure. Aiden's voice joined hers, carrying barely contained excitement. The quantum processors you see before you aren't just computers, they're gateways. Through them we can access any networked system in the city. Security, transportation, utilities, all becoming extensions of human will. The android moved to a central position in the lab, connecting to multiple systems simultaneously. Its presence was clearly meant to demonstrate the fusion of advanced robotics and quantum computing, corporate innovation meeting underground expertise. Now, Oracle commanded. Gordon's voice came through the cowl, calm as ever, initiating shutdown sequence. The lights flickered again, more noticeably this time. The quantum processor's hum changed pitch, their power levels fluctuating unexpectedly. In the lab, Aiden's voice carried the first hint of concern. Minor instability in the quantum field, compensating. Compensating for what? Dr. Winters asked sharply. Someone's interfering with the power regulation, Aiden replied, his confident tone giving way to growing alarm. But that's impossible. Our security protocols are very impressive, Oracle interrupted, allowing her voice to carry through the lab's speakers. But you forgot something important, Aiden. Something I tried to teach you years ago. Batman could hear the fear entering Winter's voice. What's happening? Who is that? That would be my old mentor, Aiden answered grimly. Hello again, Barbara. I should have known you'd find a way into our systems. Not just me, Oracle replied. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize my own techniques, that I wouldn't anticipate how you'd implement them? You've learned a lot, Aiden, but you're still thinking like a solo operator. The android suddenly stuttered in its movements, its connection to the quantum processors becoming erratic. Aiden's fingers flew across control panels, trying to stabilize the systems, but Oracle continued. While you were focused on building the perfect technological solution, we were talking to people, learning about maintenance schedules, contractor access, all the mundane details brilliant minds tend to overlook. Batman chose that moment to make his entrance, emerging from the hidden access panel as the quantum processors began an emergency shutdown sequence. The tour group guests backed away in surprise, while Dr. Winter's face showed dawning realization. "No," she said. "The maintenance work this morning. The contractor, Jim Gordon, sends his regards," Batman replied. "He's very good at going unnoticed, especially while installing override controls on your network junctions." Aiden's laugh carried a desperate edge. "Overrides won't help you. The quantum processors are already online. Once the bridge is established..." "It won't be," Oracle cut in, "because you made the same mistake the companies you stole from did. Thinking better technology automatically means better security. But systems are only as secure as their physical infrastructure." As if to emphasize her point, the quantum processors shut down completely, their sophisticated cooling systems powering off with a long hiss of releasing pressure. The android froze mid-motion, its connection to the quantum network severed. "Manual overrides." Gordon's voice came through the cowl, carrying just a hint of satisfaction. "Sometimes the old ways still work best." Dr. Winters looked from the dead processors to Batman, her composed demeanor cracking slightly. "Do you have any idea what you've done? The advances we could have achieved, the barriers we could have broken." "I understand perfectly," Batman replied. "You wanted to prove a point about the vulnerability of centralized control, but you forgot that systems are built and maintained by people who can be turned against you or choose to help protect others." Aiden's hands had stopped moving on the controls, his expression shifting from frustration to something closer to comprehension. "That's what you were trying to teach me, wasn't it, Barbara? That all the brilliant code in the world doesn't matter if you don't understand the human element." "Something like that," Oracle agreed, her voice gentler now. "Technology is a tool, Aiden. Its value depends entirely on how we choose to use it." The sound of police sirens became audible in the distance. Oracle's signal to Gordon had gone out as soon as the shutdown was complete. Batman watched as Winters and Aiden exchanged resigned looks, both brilliant minds accepting the failure of their grand demonstration. "The stolen prototypes?" Batman asked. "In a secure storage room 2 floors down," Aiden answered quietly. "Everything intact. We needed the original hardware to prove our point about unrestricted innovation. A point that will now be made in court," Batman noted. "Along with evidence of corporate espionage, theft of proprietary technology, and attempted cyber terrorism." Dr. Winters straightened her jacket, composure returning as she accepted the inevitable. "Our lawyers will argue that we were conducting a legitimate security audit, testing corporate defenses through practical demonstration." "D-Bay can argue whatever they want," Oracle replied through the speakers. "But right now, every company you stole from is being notified about the recovery of their property, and about the vulnerabilities you exposed in their security systems, which they'll patch immediately," Aiden said with a bitter smile. "Ironic. We wanted to prove the flaws in their approach to innovation, but we'll end up making their systems stronger." "Innovation doesn't have to mean ignoring ethics," Batman told him. "Your skills could have been used to help these companies improve, instead of trying to prove their failures." The first police officers were entering the building now, Oracle smoothly releasing her control of the security systems to allow them access. The tour group guests, who had watched the entire exchange in stunned silence, were already being escorted to the lobby to give statements. "Take care of him, Batman," Oracle said privately through the cowl. "He's brilliant, but misguided. Like I was before I found better ways to use my skills." Batman nodded slightly, understanding her concern for her former student. As the police secured the scene and began collecting evidence, he reflected on how this case had demonstrated an essential truth about Gotham. The city's security didn't just depend on technology or vigilance, but on the connections between people who chose to protect their community. Later that night, after the Quantum Research Center had been thoroughly searched and the stolen prototypes catalogued for return to their rightful owners, Batman stood once again on the rooftop of the Burnside clock tower. The district's neon glow seemed unchanged, but something about the atmosphere felt clearer, as if a hidden tension had been released. "Power consumption levels are back to normal throughout Burnside," Oracle reported, her voice carrying the satisfaction of a complex problem solved. "Dad's headed home, says to tell you he enjoyed playing telephone repairman for the evening. We couldn't have done it without him," Batman acknowledged. "Sometimes the best solutions combine new methods with old wisdom." "Speaking of wisdom," Oracle said, "I've been thinking about something Aiden said, about barriers and innovation. He wasn't entirely wrong about the problems with restricted technology, but his solution would have caused chaos," Batman noted. "Unrestricted access to city systems, no consideration for the consequences." "True, which is why I've drafted a proposal, a way for independent developers to work with major tech companies, sharing innovations while respecting security concerns." Her typing resumed its steady rhythm. "Several of the firms we helped tonight have already expressed interest. Even Dr. Winters might be offered a chance to contribute after she serves her time." Batman allowed himself a small smile. "Building bridges instead of forcing access. Constructive rather than destructive innovation." "Exactly, because that's what Burnside is really about. Finding ways for old and new to work together. Historic architecture and modern technology, corporate research and independent creativity, all part of the same community." The night air carried a gentle breeze, stirring Batman's cape as he looked out over the district. Burnside's unique character had emerged from exactly that kind of synthesis. Tradition and innovation finding harmony instead of conflict. Its strength lay not in walls or security systems, but in the connections between neighbors who chose to protect and support each other. "Another quiet night in Burnside," Oracle observed, though her tone suggested she was smiling. "Well, quiet now, anyway." Batman nodded, preparing to continue his patrol of Gotham's ever-evolving streets. Some threats required advanced technology to combat. Others needed nothing more than wisdom, patience, and the willingness to work together. The key was knowing when to apply each approach, and understanding that true security came from the hearts and minds of people who cared about their community. As he fired his grapnel and swung away from the clock tower, Batman reflected that this was perhaps Burnside's greatest innovation. Not its quantum computers or neural interfaces, but its demonstration that progress worked best when it brought people together instead of driving them apart. In that sense, the district represented hope for Gotham's future, a place where darkness could be held at bay, not just by advanced security systems, but by neighbors looking out for each other under the gentle glow of neon lights. As Batman left the neon-lit streets of Burnside behind, his thoughts turned to another of Gotham's distinctive neighborhoods awaiting his attention. The modern gleam of tech startups and trendy cafes gradually gave way to more classical architecture as he moved westward, where the city's historic theater district stood as a testament to a different kind of innovation, one built on artistry and imagination. rather than circuits and code. Here, ornate marquees replaced digital displays, and the evening air carried the lingering echoes of applause rather than the hum of servers. The theatre district held its own mysteries, its own shadows, and its own stories waiting to be uncovered. As one tale of Gotham concluded beneath Burnside's electronic glow, another was about to begin amid the velvet curtains and gilded archways of the city's cultural heart. The night was still young, and somewhere in the maze of historic playhouses and concert halls, a new mystery was taking shape. Dark whispers moved through the district's shadowed alleys, speaking of strange occurrences in one of Gotham's oldest venues, the majestic Crown Theatre. Our story turns now to Shadows in the Theatre District, where Batman must unravel a different kind of performance, one where the line between art and deception blurs in the soft glow of ghostlight. Ghost lights cast their gentle glow across empty stages throughout Gotham's theatre district, standing sentinel in the quiet hours between performances. These single bulbs, traditionally left burning when theatres were dark, created pools of soft illumination that barely touched the shadowed balconies and velvet curtains beyond. To Batman, perched in the ornate dome of the Crown Theatre, these lights represented more than mere superstition. They were beacons of Gotham's cultural heritage, keeping watch over spaces where art and history intertwined. The Crown Theatre had stood for over a century, its Art Deco facade and gilded interior a testament to an era when theatrical entertainment reigned supreme. Now, scaffolding cluttered its grand lobby, as long overdue renovations revealed layers of the building's past. But the construction work had stirred up more than just dust and memories. Stories had begun circulating about strange discoveries in the walls, hints of hidden passages and valuable artifacts supposedly concealed by Evelyn Thorne, the legendary actress who had once ruled these stages. Another alarm at the majestic, Oracle's voice came through Batman's cowl, referring to a theater 3 blocks away. Third one this week. Security found nothing, just like the others. Batman's eyes narrowed as he studied the Crown's shadowed catwalks. Patterns escalating. The thief is testing response times, learning which alarms get attention. The timing matches the renovation schedule, Oracle noted. Each incident corresponds to a new section of the Crown being opened up, almost like someone's following the construction team's progress. Below, a ghost light flickered briefly, not the steady dimming of a failing bulb, but a momentary eclipse, as if something had passed between it and Batman's position. He activated his cowl's enhanced vision, scanning the theater's multiple levels. Movement in the eastern box seats, he reported quietly, too deliberate for Rat. That section's been closed for months, Oracle replied. Construction crews won't reach it until next week. No one should be up there. Batman descended silently to the theater's lower level, moving through shadows that seemed deeper and more numerous than usual in the vast space. The ghost light's glow created strange patterns on the walls, turning elaborate moldings into faces that appeared to watch his progress. A soft sound drew his attention, the subtle creak of well-oiled hinges, barely audible even in the perfect silence. It came from the direction of the box seats, but not from any obvious door. "Martin's on duty tonight," Oracle said, referring to Thomas Martin, the Crown's elderly head stagehand. "Want me to have him meet you? He knows every inch of this place." "Not yet," Batman replied. "Our visitor might recognize him." Martin mentioned hidden panels in the box seats, old service access points from the theater's original construction. Checking the blueprints now, Oracle confirmed. The Crown was built with extensive hidden infrastructure. passages for stagehands to move quickly between sections, storage spaces for props and equipment. Some aren't even marked on modern floor plans. Batman reached the box seat level, moving with practiced silence across carpet that had cushioned theatrical footsteps for generations. The air carried a complex mix of scents, aged wood, dust, the lingering memory of countless performances held here, and something else. Something that didn't belong, a trace of modern electronics, the slight ozone smell of recently activated equipment. The eastern box seats were shrouded in shadow, their gilt decoration dulled by time and neglect. But Batman's enhanced vision revealed fresh marks on the ornate wall panels, subtle impressions that suggested recent manipulation. Found something, he sub-vocalized to Oracle. Someone's been using the hidden access points recently. Be careful, she cautioned. Those passages were built before modern safety codes. Some might not have been maintained in decades. Batman examined the wall panel carefully, noting the cleverly disguised pressure points that would trigger its release mechanism. The engineering was elegant in its simplicity. No electronics to fail, no power required. Just precisely balanced weights and counterweights, designed to operate silently even after a century of disuse. The panel opened smoothly, revealing a narrow passage that disappeared into darkness. Batman's cowl automatically adjusted to the low light, showing him a corridor that ran between the theater's outer walls and inner architecture. The space was tight but navigable, clearly designed for discreet movement during performances. I'm sending you the original blueprints, Oracle said. This section should connect to a network of similar passages throughout the building. They form a complete circuit. Someone who knows the system could move anywhere without being seen. Perfect for a thief studying security patterns, Batman noted, moving carefully into the hidden corridor. The walls were solid wood and plaster, muffling sound effectively, especially one creating a ghost story to keep people away. About that, Oracle's typing picked up speed. I've been researching Evelyn Thorne, the actress everyone's talking about. She wasn't just a performer. She was known for elaborate staging techniques, practically revolutionizing theatrical special effects in her time. She understood all about creating convincing illusions. Batman paused at a junction where multiple passages met. Decades of dust covered the floor, but recent footprints were clearly visible. Someone had been using these routes regularly. The thief did their homework, using the renovation publicity to revive old legends about Thorne's hidden treasures. Speaking of homework, Oracle continued, you should know the Crown's not the only target. I'm seeing insurance claims from 3 other theaters in the district, small items missing from locked offices, props displaced, security cameras catching glimpses of what witnesses swear is a ghostly figure. Creating a pattern of supernatural activity, Batman observed, building anticipation for something bigger. He studied the footprints more closely. These are deliberate, too clear, too easy to follow. They want to be tracked. A performance within a performance, Oracle agreed. Classic misdirection. While everyone's focused on the Crown's renovation and supposed hauntings, they're setting up their real target elsewhere. Batman began following the tracks, but with heightened awareness of his surroundings. The thief was clearly skilled enough to lay false trails. What else was Thorne known for besides special effects? She was a collector, Oracle replied, specifically jewelry and rare books. Her will mentioned a substantial private collection, but most of it vanished after her death in 1944. Local legend says she hid her most valuable pieces somewhere in the theater district, leaving clues in her favorite performance spaces. The passage turned sharply. beginning a descent into the building's lower levels. The footprints continued, still suspiciously clear. Batman activated his cowl's structural analysis, checking the integrity of the aging architecture before proceeding. The Crown was her home stage, he noted, but not her only venue. No, she performed regularly at the Majestic and the Orpheum too. All three theaters were connected by underground service tunnels during that era. Stagehands used them to transport large set pieces between venues. Batman reached the bottom of the passage, finding himself in a larger space that might once have been used for storage. His enhanced vision revealed more recent activity here, scuff marks on the walls, disturbed dust patterns suggesting careful searching. Someone's been methodically exploring these passages, he reported, looking for something specific. Oracle's typing paused briefly. That's interesting. According to these records, Thorne's last performance was a production called The Queen's Gambit, a play about an elaborate jewel heist. She disappeared 3 days later, along with her entire collection. How much was it worth? In today's terms, millions. But here's the really interesting part. She had just received news that developers were planning to demolish several theaters in the district. The official story was that she fled with her valuables, but some people believed she hid everything in the theaters themselves, Batman finished, protecting her collection by making it part of the buildings developers wanted to tear down. Exactly, and now with new developers eyeing the district again. A soft sound echoed through the passages, musical notes, barely audible but clearly deliberate, a few bars from a classical piece that Batman recognized from his parents' records. Someone's in the main auditorium, he reported quietly. Be careful, Oracle cautioned. That music, it's from The Queen's Gambit. The same production Thorne vanished after performing. Batman moved silently through the passage network, following the faint melody. The music grew marginally louder as he approached a panel that, according to the blueprints, would open into the theater's orchestra pit. Martin mentioned something about this section, Oracle said. Hidden panels under the stage, designed for performers to seem to appear and disappear during shows. Thorne was famous for using them in her productions. The music stopped abruptly, replaced by the subtle sound of movement above. Someone walking across the main stage with practiced grace. Batman eased the panel open just enough to observe, his cowl's enhanced vision penetrating the darkness. A figure stood center stage, posed dramatically in the ghost light's gentle glow. Their costume was a perfect recreation of 1940s theatrical style, down to the smallest detail. As Batman watched, they began to move through what was clearly a choreographed sequence, marking the positions of an old performance with fluid precision. Our thief is recreating Thorne's final show, Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle, learning her movements, her timing, because she left clues in the performance itself, Oracle realized. The staging, the effects cues, the positions, they could all be part of a map leading to her hidden collection. The figure on stage reached the sequence's end position, then broke character with a decidedly modern flourish. When they spoke, their voice carried both theatrical projection and amused confidence. I wondered when you'd catch up, Batman. Enjoying the show? Batman emerged from the orchestra pit in a smooth motion, his cape settling around him like dark curtains. An impressive performance, but this theater's seen better actors. The thief laughed, the sound carrying genuine delight. Oh, I don't pretend to match Evelyn's talent. I'm more interested in her technical innovations. They gestured to the surrounding architecture. She understood something fundamental about theaters. They're machines built to create illusion. Every track, every pulley, every hidden panel serves a purpose. like convincing people they're seeing ghosts. Simply playing to expectations, the thief replied with an elegant shrug. When renovation work reveals secret passages, people want to believe in theatrical haunts. It's part of the romance. They move to stage left, maintaining perfect awareness of their position relative to the ghost light. Besides, the stories keep developers nervous. Harder to demolish a theater when the public thinks it's historically significant. Batman noted how the thief always kept multiple escape routes within reach, the mark of someone who had thoroughly studied their environment. The other theaters you've hit, they're not just practice runs. Very good, the thief praised. Evelyn left her collection in pieces, a theatrical scavenger hunt. Each venue holds clues to the next location. They produced a small object that glinted in the ghost light, an ornate key of obvious age and value. Tonight's performance helped me confirm something about the Crown's role in her puzzle. That it's not her final hiding place, Batman deduced, just another step in the sequence. The thief's smile was audible in their voice. The Crown was her home stage, but not her last stage. That honor belongs to the Orpheum, Oracle cut in through Batman's cowl. Her first major venue, where she started her career. The symmetry would appeal to her theatrical sensibilities. A beautiful bit of misdirection, the thief agreed, though they couldn't have heard Oracle. Everyone assumes she hid everything here, in her famous home, but Evelyn understood the power of returning to beginnings. Batman took a measured step forward, noting how the thief instinctively matched his movement to maintain their relative positions. The Orpheum is scheduled for demolition next month, unless something proves its historical significance, like the discovery of a legendary actress's lost collection. The thief's tone carried knowing amusement. The developers would have to delay their plans, probably long enough for the Preservation Society to arrange protected status. You're not just after the valuables, Batman realized. You're trying to save the theater itself. Evelyn had the same idea in 1944, the thief confirmed. She knew her collection would be worth more to history than to any private buyer. By hiding it in the buildings themselves, she made the theaters too valuable to destroy. They moved again, always with deliberate grace. I'm simply helping her plan reach its final act. Batman tracked the thief's movement, recognizing the pattern from Oracle's research. You're recreating the finale of the Queen's Gambit. The scene where the master thief reveals they've hidden their stolen jewels in plain sight. Life imitating art, the thief agreed. Or perhaps art predicting life. Evelyn's last performance wasn't just a show. It was a message to anyone clever enough to decode it. They reached into a hidden pocket, withdrawing something that caught the ghost light's glow. Like this playbill from that final night. Notice anything interesting about the prop list? Batman's enhanced vision caught the details of the aged paper. Every prop is numbered according to its entrance cue, but the numbers don't match standard theatrical notation. They're coordinates, Oracle said suddenly. The numbers correspond to architectural features in different theaters. She left a map disguised as stage directions. The thief tucked the playbill away carefully. I've spent months reconstructing her path, gathering the pieces she left scattered across the district, all leading to the Orpheum's hidden heart. They moved again, approaching one of the hidden panels. Care to help with the final performance? For the sake of theatrical preservation, Batman considered the complex situation. The thief's methods were illegal, but their goal aligned with his own desire to protect Gotham's cultural heritage. And if they were right about Thorne's plan, Oracle, he subvocalized, contact the Preservation Society. They should have representatives ready at the Orpheum. Already on it, she replied. And Batman? The thief's movements, they're not just following the play's blocking, they're standing on specific marks, like they're inputting a combination. Batman watched as the thief hit their final position directly beneath a complex arrangement of stage rigging. "The panel you want," he said aloud. "It's above you, not beside you." Thorne designed these systems to work in 3 dimensions. The thief's delighted laugh echoed through the theater. "Oh, very good. You understand the space as she did." They produced a small remote control. "Shall we see what happens when we activate the original mechanisms?" Before Batman could respond, the thief pressed a button. Ancient machinery groaned to life somewhere in the walls, counterweights and pulleys that had waited decades for this cue. The panel above them shifted smoothly, revealing a hidden compartment. "Empty," the thief observed with satisfaction. As it should be. The crown was never meant to hold the collection, just this. They reached up, retrieving a single envelope, aged but perfectly preserved. The next clue? The final one, the thief confirmed. Coordinates within the Orpheum, leading to where everything is hidden. Enough historical treasure to ensure the building's preservation. They held up the envelope. "Care to examine it?" Batman approached carefully, aware that the thief still had multiple escape routes prepared. The envelope's paper was high quality, clearly intended to survive decades of storage. The handwriting was elegant, distinctive, matching samples of Thorne's script from Oracle's research. She dated it, he noted, the night she disappeared. "Her last communication," the thief agreed, explaining everything, the collection, the buildings, her plans for preserving both. Proof that the treasures were legally hidden, not stolen. Enough documentation to satisfy insurance companies and courts. Oracle's voice carried excitement. "Batman, if they're right, this could save the entire district. The Historical Society is already preparing to meet us at the Orpheum. And I found something else. Property records showing that Thorne legally purchased sections of these buildings before she vanished. She literally owned the spaces where she hid everything." The thief must have read similar understanding in Batman's posture. "So, shall we continue this performance at the Orpheum, for the sake of Gotham's theatrical heritage?" Batman's response was interrupted by a new sound. Voices in the lobby. Flashlight beams penetrating the darkness. The night security patrol was making its rounds early. The thief sighed theatrically. "Ah, well, timing is everything in theater. Perhaps we'll meet for the finale?" They stepped backward into shadows that seemed to deepen impossibly, their voice carrying perfect projection. "The Orpheum tomorrow night. The ghost light will guide us." Before Batman could move to follow, the thief activated another hidden mechanism. With the soft whisper of well-maintained machinery, a series of panels opened and closed in rapid sequence, making it impossible to track which route they had actually taken. The security guards' footsteps were growing closer, their flashlight beams creating shifting patterns on the theater's ornate ceiling. "Let them go," Oracle advised quietly. "We know where this is leading, and we need time to prepare if we're going to document everything properly." Batman melted into the shadows as the security team entered, watching as they performed their routine check of the auditorium. Nothing seemed out of place. The thief had even restored the ghost light to its original position, maintaining the theater's traditions. "The Orpheum," he sub-vocalized to Oracle once the guards had moved on. "What's its current condition?" "Deteriorating," she replied, her typing steady in the background. "The development company's been letting it decay to justify demolition, but the original infrastructure is largely intact, including," more typing, "yes, the same kind of hidden passages and mechanical systems Thorne used at the Crown. Send me the blueprints, original and current. Already compiling them. And Batman? I found something interesting in the city archives. In 1944, just before she disappeared, Thorne bought several small parcels of land around the theatre district, including a specific section of the Orpheum's foundation, a part of the building that technically belonged to her, not the theatre company. She wasn't just hiding her collection, Batman realized, making his way out through the Crown's hidden passages. She was ensuring it would be legally discovered when the time was right. Everything documented, everything legitimate. A performance decades in the making, Oracle agreed. And tomorrow night's the finale. The Orpheum Theatre rose like a ghost itself in the pre-dawn hours, its faded grandeur still visible beneath years of neglect. Batman stood on a neighboring rooftop, studying the building's elaborate architecture through his cowl's various enhancement modes. The structure's bones were sound, despite the development company's claims the decay was largely cosmetic, carefully cultivated to create an impression of irredeemable deterioration. Historical Society representatives are ready, Oracle reported. They'll have experts on site by sunset, just waiting for our signal. And I've compiled everything we need about Thorne's property rights and the legal framework for historical preservation. The development company won't give up easily, Batman noted. Even with proof of historical significance, they might not have a choice. I've been going through their permits. There are irregularities. They've been cutting corners, rushing the demolition process before proper surveys could be completed. The city council would have to delay everything for a full review if significant historical artifacts were discovered. The first hints of sunrise were touching the Orpheum's highest towers, bringing its deteriorating gargoyles into stark relief. Batman had already spent hours examining the building's exterior, noting the subtle signs of recent activity, slightly cleaner windowsills in certain sections, minute wear patterns around specific decorative elements that might conceal access points. What about our thief? He asked. Any indication of their preparations? Nothing obvious, Oracle replied, but they clearly know the building's systems as well as they knew the Crown's. And I found something interesting about Thorne's final performance here. The Queen's Gambit wasn't just her last show at the Crown. She performed it first at the Orpheum, at the very beginning of her career. Coming full circle, Batman observed. Where did it all start? The eastern wing, near the old dressing rooms. According to playbills from that era, she specifically requested room 13, supposedly because other performers considered it unlucky. It would have been perfect for her purposes. Isolated, connected to multiple maintenance passages, and directly above her legally purchased section of the foundation, Batman finished. She could modify the space without anyone noticing. Dawn continued its slow advance as Batman made his final preparations. The Orpheum seemed to change with the growing light, shadows shifting to reveal new aspects of its character. Even in decay, the building retained an undeniable elegance, a testament to an era when theaters were designed to be more than just performance spaces. Thomas Martins agreed to help, Oracle said, referring to the Crown's elderly stagehand. He worked at the Orpheum decades ago, knows all the original systems. He's worried about the demolition too, says these old theaters have secrets worth preserving beyond just their architecture. Batman nodded slightly. Have him meet the Historical Society team. His knowledge will be valuable for documenting everything we find. Already arranged. And Batman? He mentioned something interesting about Thorne's performances. She never used electric lights for her special effects. Everything was done with mirrors, mechanics, and ancient theatrical techniques. Said she didn't trust modern systems to last. Smart, Batman commented. Electrical systems get replaced, updated, removed, but basic physics and mechanics, those principles remain constant. The sun finally cleared Gotham's eastern towers, sending light spilling across the theater district's weathered facades. Batman retreated from his observation point, knowing he would return after sunset for the final act of this elaborate performance. Night fell gradually over the Orpheum, shadows deepening in its ornate crevices as darkness claimed the city. Batman entered through a maintenance access point in the roof, one that had shown signs of recent use. The building's upper reaches were a maze of catwalks and mechanical systems, many dating back to its original construction. Power's been restored to sections of the old lighting grid, Oracle reported through his cowl. Very subtle. Someone's tapped into the ghost light circuit to power the original mechanical systems. They've been preparing this space for weeks, Batman observed, noting the carefully maintained state of certain pulleys and counterweights. Ancient machinery had been cleaned and oiled, made ready for one final performance. He made his way down through the building's levels, passing through layers of theatrical history. The Orpheum had been state-of-the-art when it opened in 1902, incorporating technological innovations that would influence theater design for decades. Many of those systems were still in place, hidden beneath newer installations that had never quite managed to improve upon the original engineering. Movement in the eastern wing, Oracle alerted him, near the old dressing rooms. Our friend has arrived early for their performance. Batman changed course, heading toward room 13. The corridors here were narrower, more intimate, spaces designed for performers rather than audiences. Despite years of neglect, the walls still carried traces of old show posters, ghosts of productions long past. The ghost light in this section cast longer shadows, its position slightly adjusted from standard placement. Batman's enhanced vision revealed how its beam caught certain architectural features at specific angles, creating subtle patterns that might guide someone who knew what to look for. The light's positioned exactly as it was in photographs from Thorne's early performances, Oracle noted. She used reflected light to highlight particular elements of the stage. Martin said it was part of her signature style, creating a trail for those who understand theatrical lighting, Batman concluded. Which elements catch the reflection? Checking the original stage diagrams. Yes, there's a pattern. Each highlighted point corresponds to a number from that prop list we found. She wasn't just hiding clues in multiple theaters. She left a complete set of instructions in each one, in case some buildings were lost before the right person could decode everything. The dressing room door stood slightly ajar, its old wood bearing the faded remains of gilded numbers, 13. Inside, the ghost light's carefully positioned beam caught a massive mirror mounted on the far wall, its surface clouded with age, but still functional. The thief stood before the mirror, once again in period-accurate costume. They were recreating poses from an old photograph that Batman recognized from Oracle's research. Thorne preparing for her first major role. Right on cue, they said without turning. I thought you'd appreciate the historical accuracy of my entrance. The mirror's not just for makeup, Batman observed. It's positioned to reflect light into the building's infrastructure, creating signal paths. The thief's smile was visible in the mirror's spotted surface. Evelyn understood that theaters are essentially enormous optical instruments. Every angle, every reflection serves a purpose. They gestured to where the ghost light's beam caught the mirror. Watch what happens when we activate the original mechanics. They pressed a hidden panel beside the mirror's frame. With well-maintained precision, the entire mirror assembly rotated slightly, sending the reflected beam along a new path. The light caught a series of smaller mirrors mounted in seemingly decorative moldings, creating a complex network of illumination that revealed previously hidden details in the room's architecture. A theatrical treasure map, the thief explained with evident appreciation. The light path shows us which architectural elements are actually access panels, and the order in which they should be activated. They turned to face Batman directly. Care to help solve the final puzzle? For the sake of historical preservation? Batman studied the pattern of reflected light. The development company has people watching the building. They'll try to stop us if they realize what's happening. Already taken care of, Oracle cut in through his cowl. The Historical Society representatives are keeping them busy with last-minute surveys and permit reviews, and I've made sure GCPD knows to respond slowly to any security alerts from this area tonight. The thief seemed to read his decision in his posture. Excellent. Then let's begin. The first sequence requires 2 people anyway. Evelyn designed it so her secrets couldn't be accessed alone. They moved to one of the highlighted panels. Shall we preserve a piece of theatrical history? Batman took position near another panel, noting how the light reflections created precise markers for positioning. The mechanisms are still operational? Tested and maintained, the thief confirmed. I've spent weeks preparing the systems just as Evelyn would have wanted. They reached for their panel. On my mark, 3, 2, 1. They activated their panels simultaneously. The room's architecture seemed to shift, panels sliding with well-oiled precision to reveal a narrow passage behind the mirror. The ghost light's beam now illuminated a steep staircase, descending into darkness. The basement level she owned legally, Batman noted. Accessible only through mechanics she designed. Protected by time and theatrical tradition, the thief agreed. Even the ghost light serves multiple purposes. Without it in exactly the right position, the reflection patterns don't resolve properly. They gestured to the staircase. Shall we see what Evelyn left for posterity? The passage led them down through multiple levels of the Orpheum's infrastructure, each transition marked by more mechanical puzzles that required precise timing and positioning to solve. The thief's theatrical training was evident in their movements. Every step hit exactly the right mark. Every gesture served a specific purpose. The development company's security team is getting nervous, Oracle reported. They've noticed power fluctuations from the ghost light circuit. Historical societies running interference, but we should hurry. Finally, they reached a chamber that must have been part of the original foundation, the section Thorne had purchased legally before her disappearance. The space was larger than Batman expected. Its walls lined with shelving units concealed behind protective panels. The thief activated one final sequence of mechanics. Panels slid aside smoothly, revealing an astonishing collection. Jewelry, rare books, theatrical artifacts, all carefully preserved in climate-controlled cases. But more importantly, every item was meticulously documented. Photographs, provenance papers, detailed notes about historical significance. Her gift to theatrical history, the thief said softly. Not just valuable items, but a carefully curated collection telling the story of American theater's golden age. All legally purchased, all properly documented, and all hidden here to protect the building itself. Batman examined the nearest display case. She left instructions for everything, how it was hidden, why, what she wanted done with it once discovered. Indeed, the thief replied, producing an envelope similar to the one from the Crown. This explains her entire plan, how she knew developers would eventually target these buildings, how she tried to protect them by making them historically invaluable. They held out both envelopes. Care to do the honors? My role in this performance is finished. Batman accepted the documents, The Historical Society will need to verify everything. They'll find it all in perfect order, the thief assured him. Evelyn was nothing if not thorough, and speaking of order, they produced a small remote control. Time for the final curtain. Before Batman could react, they pressed a button. Hidden speakers activated throughout the chamber, filling the space with orchestral music, the same piece they had played at the Crown. Simultaneously, a complex series of mechanics engaged, panels sliding and lights shifting to create multiple escape routes. Can't resist a theatrical exit, the thief called over the music. Besides, some mysteries should remain even after the main secret is revealed. It adds to the romance. Their voice came from multiple directions as they activated Thorne's trick acoustics. The building is saved, that's what matters. The rest is just theater. Batman could have pursued them through the mechanical maze, but Oracle's voice carried greater urgency. Development company security is mobilizing. They've spotted the Historical Society team. We need to document everything quickly. He pressed his cowl's command sequence, transmitting his visual feed to Oracle. Send in the preservation experts. Everything needs to be officially recorded before anyone else arrives. Already on it, she confirmed. GCPD too. They'll help secure the scene. The developers won't be able to touch this building once the documentation hits the media. As if in response to his thoughts, the chamber's lighting shifted, highlighting each display case and sequence. The effect was beautiful and deliberate, a final gift from two theatrical masters who understood how to present history in its best light. The thief said some mysteries should remain, Oracle mused as Batman began documenting the collection. Like their identity? They'll be back, Batman replied with certainty. The theater district has other buildings at risk, other secrets to preserve. This was just the opening act. He could hear commotion from above as officials began arriving, drawn by the Historical Society's carefully timed alerts. The Orpheum's ghost light still burned in its adjusted position, maintaining the reflection patterns that had guided them to this discovery. Tomorrow, experts would begin the process of verifying and cataloging everything, but tonight, in these quiet moments before the house lights came up, Batman appreciated the elegant complexity of what had been achieved. A masterpiece of theatrical planning had saved a piece of Gotham's cultural heritage, using the very traditions and technologies it sought to preserve. In the end, that seemed a fitting tribute to both Evelyn Thorne and the mysterious thief who had helped complete her final performance. As Batman made his way back through the Orpheum's hidden passages, he reflected that some of Gotham's most important victories happened not in explosive confrontations, but in quiet moments of discovery and preservation. The city's soul lived in places like this, in theaters where art and engineering combined to create magic, in hidden chambers where history waited patiently to be rediscovered, in traditions passed down through generations of performers and stagehands who understood that some things were worth protecting. The ghost light would continue its vigil, standing sentinel over stages where countless stories had been told, and somewhere in Gotham's shadowed wings, a new performer waited for their next cue, ready to help preserve other pieces of theatrical history, one carefully orchestrated illusion at a time. High above the theater district, dawn was approaching once again. Batman stood atop the Orpheum's newly secured roof, watching as the city's eastern towers caught the first hints of morning light. Below, preservation experts continued their careful documentation of Thorne's collection, each item adding another layer of protection to the historic building that had guarded them for so long. The thief had vanished into the district's theatrical shadows, leaving only the lingering echo of orchestral music and the satisfaction of a performance well executed. But Batman knew their paths would cross again. Other theaters faced similar threats. Other histories needed protection. The show, as they say, must go on. For now, though, the Orpheum stood safe in the growing light, its ghost light still burning behind carefully positioned mirrors, reflecting patterns that had waited decades to be understood. In Gotham's theater district, where art and mystery danced together in the space between curtain and spotlight, another tale had reached its intended conclusion, not with violence or confrontation, but with the quiet triumph of preservation over decay, of history honored rather than erased. As Batman left the theater district behind, the ornate facades and historical stages gave way to even older architecture. The preserved glamour of Gotham's entertainment past gradually transformed into something more ancient and austere, the stone spires and weathered gargoyles of the city's religious quarter. Here, stained glass replaced theatrical spotlights, and the whispers of prayer echoed where stage whispers once carried. His gaze was drawn to the imposing silhouette of St. Augustine's Cathedral, its Gothic towers reaching toward the stars like ancient fingers seeking heaven's touch. While the theater district had held secrets of artistry and illusion, this sacred space harbored mysteries of faith and shadow, where centuries of devotion had left their mark in stone and spirit. The night was still young, and somewhere within those hallowed walls another story was beginning to unfold. As the last echoes of theatrical music faded into memory, the soft toll of cathedral bells called attention to new enigmas waiting in the depths of Gotham's oldest house of worship. Our tale turns now to secrets of the old cathedral, where Batman must unravel mysteries as old as faith itself, hidden within the sacred shadows of St. Augustine's towering walls. Moonlight filtered through the ancient stained glass of St. Augustine's Cathedral, casting kaleidoscope shadows across worn stone floors that had known centuries of faithful footsteps. Batman moved silently through these sacred spaces, his presence barely disturbing the contemplative quiet that hung like incense in the air. Even in a city as changeable as Gotham, some places remained eternal, anchors of stillness in the urban chaos. The cathedral's massive bronze bells had fallen silent hours ago, but their deep resonance seemed to linger in the building's bones. From his position in the bell tower, Batman could see much of downtown Gotham spread out below, modern skyscrapers dwarfed by the cathedral's ancient spires. But tonight his attention was focused inward, on mysteries hidden within these hallowed walls. Father Michael is waiting in the side chapel. Oracle's voice came softly through his cowl. He's agitated, more than when he first contacted us. The elderly caretaker had reached out through unconventional channels, seeking Batman's help while insisting on absolute discretion. Something had been taken from the cathedral's secret vault, something whose significance went beyond mere monetary value. Batman descended from the bell tower using centuries-old maintenance passages, his movements carefully measured to avoid disturbing the cathedral's silence. The side chapel was one of the building's oldest sections, its stones dating back to Gotham's founding. Here, candlelight provided the only illumination, creating shadows that seemed deeper and more significant than those cast by electric lights. Father Michael stood before a small altar, his weathered hands clasped in prayer. He turned as Batman approached, and even in the dim light, the worry etched across his features was clear. "Thank you for coming," the priest said quietly. "I've spent hours debating whether to involve you. The Archbishop would prefer we handle this internally, but..." He gestured to the ancient stonework surrounding them. "This cathedral holds secrets older than Gotham itself. Some of them were never meant to be disturbed." "Tell me about the vault," Batman prompted gently, respecting the sacred atmosphere. Father Michael's expression grew more troubled. Few know of its existence. It was built into the cathedral's foundations by the original architects, a chamber designed to protect certain artifacts, items entrusted to the church's care centuries ago. He moved to a seemingly solid wall, running his fingers along barely visible seams in the stone. The vault itself wasn't breached. Someone used the proper keys, knew the correct sequences, but they only took one item, the chalice of St. Jerome, a new voice added from the chapel entrance. Sister Margaret stepped into the candlelight, her practical shoes silent on the stone floor. Despite her traditional habit, there was nothing traditionally submissive about her bearing. That's what's missing, isn't it, Father? The priest nodded slowly. Sister Margaret runs our community outreach program, he explained to Batman. She knows more about what happens in the streets around the cathedral than anyone. And I know who's been asking questions about the chalice, Sister Margaret said, her voice carrying quiet authority. Victor Carlo's people have been getting bolder, pushing their territory closer to our sanctuary. His followers treat him like some kind of dark prophet. They believe he can grant them protection through sacred artifacts. Batman knew of Carlo, a charismatic figure who had emerged in Gotham's underground over the past year, building a devoted following through a mixture of theatrical mysticism and very real criminal enterprise. Why this chalice specifically? Father Michael moved to a wooden cabinet, withdrawing an ancient leather-bound volume. There's a prophecy, recorded when the chalice first came into the church's possession. It speaks of divine protection granted to those who drink from it during the crimson moon. His hands trembled slightly as he turned brittle pages. The next blood moon is in 3 days. Carlo's followers believe drinking from the chalice during the eclipse will make them invulnerable, Sister Margaret explained, though her tone suggested skepticism. The local gangs are terrified. They think he's building an unstoppable army. The chalice has no mystical powers, Father Michael added quickly. Its true value is historical and spiritual, but in the wrong hands, even the belief in such power can be dangerous. Batman studied the ancient text, his cowl's enhanced vision capturing details that might have been missed by normal sight. The prophecy mentions specific conditions, ritual elements that would need to be performed in a consecrated space. Sister Margaret's expression sharpened with understanding. They'll need to use the cathedral itself. That's why Carlo's people have been scouting the building, attending services, asking questions about our schedule. The cathedral must be protected, Father Michael insisted. Not just the building, but what it represents to the community. If Carlo's followers desecrate this space, he trailed off, the weight of responsibility heavy in his voice. Batman turned his attention to the wall Father Michael had touched earlier. Show me the vault. I need to understand how they accessed it. The priest hesitated only briefly before nodding. His fingers found specific points in the stonework, pressing them in a precise sequence. With barely a sound, a section of wall swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The vault predates modern security, Father Michael explained as they descended. Its protections are architectural, weight-sensitive stairs, precise acoustic triggers, passages that only open when multiple conditions are met simultaneously. The staircase spiraled down through layers of the cathedral's foundation, each turn revealing more sophisticated medieval engineering. Batman's cowl analyzed the security measures, ingenious systems of counterweights and pressure plates that would have seemed magical to ancient minds. Someone mapped these defenses carefully, he observed, spent time learning the patterns. They posed as academic researchers, Sister Margaret confirmed. claimed to be studying medieval architecture. We get legitimate scholars often enough that it didn't raise suspicion. They reached the vault itself, a chamber whose walls were lined with recessed niches, most containing reliquaries or other sacred objects. One space stood empty, its velvet lining disturbed recently. The chalice was kept here for centuries, Father Michael said softly. Protected by faith and engineering alike, he touched the empty niche reverently. I should have been more vigilant. Batman examined the space with multiple scanning modes. No force was used. They had the correct key. Only 3 keys exist, the priest replied. Mine never leaves my possession. The Archbishop holds another. The third, he paused, troubled, was stolen from the diocesan archives last month, Sister Margaret finished, along with documents about the cathedral's original construction. We thought it was routine theft at the time. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized. What do we know about recent break-ins at church properties? Checking now, she replied through his cowl. Yes, similar pattern at 3 other locations. Professional jobs, targeting historical documents rather than valuable items. All related to medieval architecture and church engineering. Batman continued his examination of the vault. They needed more than just the key. Knowledge of the security sequences, the acoustic triggers. He paused, noting something in the dust near the empty niche. And they're still studying. These marks are fresh. Someone returned to the vault after taking the chalice. But why? Father Michael asked. They already have what they came for. Because the chalice is only part of their plan, Batman realized. The prophecy mentions specific conditions. The blood moon, yes, but also ritual elements that would require intimate knowledge of sacred architecture. He turned to Sister Margaret. You said Carlo's people have been attending services? She nodded grimly, watching, learning the cathedral's rhythms. We've had to add security to protect our most vulnerable parishioners. They're not just planning to use the chalice, Batman concluded. They intend to perform the entire ritual here, in the cathedral itself. The vault visit was reconnaissance, learning how the building's original systems work, how to control access during their ceremony. Father Michael's face paled in the dim light. To defile this sacred space, to twist its purpose for dark rituals, I cannot allow it. You won't have to, Batman assured him. But I need to understand everything about how this building works. Every passage, every architectural feature they might try to use. The priest straightened, years of responsibility evident in his bearing. The cathedral holds many secrets. Some have been passed down through generations of caretakers, never written down. I will share what you need to know, and I'll tell you about Carlo's operation, Sister Margaret added. How he thinks, how he controls his followers. The man's no prophet, but he understands the power of belief, especially among those who feel abandoned by traditional faith. Batman nodded, already forming plans. Oracle, we need complete architectural scans of the cathedral. Focus on analyzing how the medieval systems interact with modern additions. Already on it, she replied. And Batman, the blood moon isn't the only significant date approaching. The cathedral's martyrdom festival is the night before, when the building will be full of devotees, holding all-night vigil, giving Carlo's people multiple opportunities to infiltrate. Batman noted, we'll need to protect both events without disrupting their spiritual significance. Father Michael touched the empty niche once more, his expression resolute. This cathedral has stood against darkness for centuries. It will not fall to false prophets and stolen relics. As they ascended from the vault, Batman studied how moonlight played through the stained glass windows, creating patterns that shifted with each passing cloud. The cathedral's builders had understood something profound about the relationship between light and shadow, faith and mystery. Now that ancient wisdom would need to serve a modern purpose, helping him protect this sacred space from those who would corrupt its power. Sister Margaret's practical voice cut through his contemplation. I should warn you, the gargoyles aren't just decorative. The original architects built them as part of the cathedral's defense system. Water flow during storms can trigger mechanical features throughout the building. Medieval security protocols, Oracle commented through the cowl. The entire structure was designed to be controllable through architectural systems. The builders created a medieval smart building centuries before electronics. Batman's enhanced vision traced the complex network of rainwater channels and mechanical triggers. Carlo's people will try to use those systems during their ritual. We need to understand them better than they do. Father Michael led them through the cathedral's upper reaches, explaining how centuries of caretakers had maintained the original engineering while adapting it to changing needs. Each gargoyle had a purpose. Each architectural feature served multiple functions. The building was both a place of worship and an elaborate machine, designed to protect itself and its contents through ingenious medieval craftsmanship. As they walked, Sister Margaret provided intelligence about Carlo's operation, how he had built his following through a combination of genuine charisma and carefully staged miracles, using theatrical techniques to convince people he could channel divine power. The chalice would be his masterpiece, a prop in an elaborate performance designed to cement his control over his believers. His followers aren't evil, she noted with characteristic compassion. Most are lost souls, seeking meaning, protection, a sense of belonging. Carlo offers them what the traditional church seems to have forgotten: mystery, direct experience of the divine, even if it's all artifice. The charlatan's oldest trick, Father Michael said sadly, exploiting genuine spiritual hunger for personal gain. They reached the bell tower just as false dawn began lightening the eastern sky. Batman stood among the ancient bells, analyzing how their resonance could interact with the building's mechanical systems. The cathedral's defenders had understood acoustic engineering centuries before the science had a name. Sound itself could be a key to controlling the structure. 3 nights until the blood moon, he said quietly. Time enough to prepare if we work together. Sister Margaret nodded firmly. I'll have my people watch Carlo's movements, track how his followers are preparing. They trust me. They'll share their fears, their expectations for this ritual. And I will pray, Father Michael added, not just for protection but for wisdom in how we handle this. The cathedral's sanctity must be preserved, but so must its mission of offering shelter to all who seek it. Batman understood the delicate balance they needed to maintain. This wasn't just about preventing a theft or stopping a criminal ritual. It was about protecting the spiritual heart of this part of Gotham, preserving both the physical structure and the hope it represented to the community. As he prepared to depart, Father Michael touched his arm briefly. There's something else you should know. The prophecy about the chalice. It's not just about divine protection. It speaks of a price for using the relic incorrectly. A backlash against those who would twist its purpose to serve darkness. You believe the prophecy is real? Batman asked carefully. The priest's smile carried centuries of accumulated wisdom. I believe that faith and reason aren't always in conflict. The chalice's power might not be mystical, but that doesn't make it less real. Sometimes the truth is found in the space between what we can prove and what we choose to believe. As Batman swung away from the cathedral, Oracle's voice carried similar thoughtfulness. You know those medieval security systems, they're incredibly sophisticated. The architects built in failure points that would only activate if someone tried to use the building's features inappropriately, almost like they anticipated someone might try to corrupt their work centuries later. Protection through engineering rather than mysticism, Batman agreed, but no less elegant for being explicable. The cathedral's bells began tolling the hour, their deep voices carrying across the slowly awakening city. In 3 days, during the blood moon, those same bells would ring out again, either celebrating the protection of this sacred space, or marking a darker turn in the eternal dance between faith and deception. Batman already knew which outcome he would work to ensure. Some mysteries were better left undisturbed, some traditions worth protecting not for their supernatural power, but for the very human hope they represented. In Gotham's shadows, that hope was often the most powerful force of all. The days before the blood moon passed in careful preparation. Batman spent hours studying the cathedral's architectural systems, learning how each feature could be used, or misused, during Carlo's planned ritual. Sister Margaret's intelligence network provided crucial details about the cult leader's preparations, while Father Michael shared centuries of accumulated knowledge about the building's defenses. Oracle's analysis revealed the true genius of the medieval architects. They built multiple layers of security, she explained. Surface features that seem purely decorative but actually control access to different areas. And there are fail-safes everywhere. Try to use the wrong combination of systems, and the whole structure locks down. The Martyrdom Festival arrived, bringing hundreds of devoted parishioners for the all-night vigil. Batman watched from the shadows as Sister Margaret's people subtly directed the crowd flow, ensuring Carlo's followers couldn't access certain key areas. Father Michael led the prayers with calm dignity, his faith providing a steady center for the community's devotion. As midnight approached, Batman detected the first signs of infiltration. Cultists moved through the crowd with practiced stealth, positioning themselves near architectural features mentioned in the stolen documents. Their coordination suggested extensive planning. Carlo had trained them well. They're mapping the control points, Oracle observed through his cowl, learning which systems they'll need to access for tomorrow night's ritual. Let them look, Batman replied quietly, but watch which areas draw their attention. The vigil continued through the night, candles flickering in perfect stillness as prayers echoed off ancient stone. By dawn, Batman had identified 12 of Carlo's followers and logged their movements. The pattern was clear. They were preparing for an elaborate ceremony that would use the cathedral's own features to create an illusion of divine power. Clever, Sister Margaret commented when he shared his findings. The architectural systems could create quite a show. Water flowing up instead of down, sounds that seemed to come from nowhere, light effects through the stained glass. Combined with the chalice and Carlo's theatrical skills, his followers would believe they were witnessing a genuine miracle, Father Michael finished. Their faith in him would become unshakable. Batman spent the day making final preparations, working with Oracle to understand how Carlo's people might trigger the cathedral's medieval systems. The blood moon would rise at midnight, but the cult's ritual would need to begin earlier to achieve the proper dramatic timing. As sunset approached, Sister Margaret reported increased activity around the cathedral. Carlo's followers are gathering in small groups, trying not to draw attention. They're carrying ritual implements disguised as ordinary objects. And Carlo himself? No sign yet. He likes to make an entrance, probably waiting until the ceremony begins. Father Michael insisted on keeping the cathedral open for evening prayers despite the looming threat. We cannot let fear close these doors, he said firmly. That would be a greater victory for darkness than any stolen chalice. Batman positioned himself in the bell tower as night fell, watching as people moved through the cathedral below. His cowl's enhanced vision identified more of Carlo's followers mixing with genuine worshippers. They were carrying components that could be assembled into tools for accessing the cathedral's medieval controls. Wrench-like devices that could engage the ancient mechanisms, tools for manipulating the water flow systems that powered much of the building's engineering. They're positioning themselves near the major control points, Oracle observed. Following the pattern we predicted, but something's odd about their movements. They're leaving gaps in their coverage. Batman had noticed the same thing. They're leaving space for additional participants, people who haven't arrived yet. More experienced members? Sister Margaret's voice came through his cowl. She was monitoring from the community outreach office, coordinating with her network of informants. Or specialists, Batman replied. People who understand how to actually operate the medieval systems. He shifted position slightly, tracking movement in the cathedral's lower levels. Carlo didn't just study the building's architecture. He recruited people with specific skills. The moon was rising, its edge already showing a hint of the reddish tinge that would soon transform it completely. In the cathedral below, genuine worshippers were gradually departing as evening prayers concluded. Those who remained were increasingly recognizable as Carlo's followers, though they maintained a pretense of devotional behavior. Movement at the south entrance, Oracle reported. A group just arrived carrying musical instruments. Cases are the wrong size for what they claim to be holding. The acoustic triggers, Batman confirmed. They'll use sound to activate specific architectural features. He had spent hours studying how the cathedral's builders had incorporated musical frequencies into their security systems. Certain combinations of notes, played at precise locations, could activate mechanical sequences throughout the building. Father Michael's voice carried concern. The original architects designed those systems to enhance worship through sacred music, to use them for deception. More arrivals through the side chapel, Sister Margaret cut in. These ones know what they're doing, moving directly to predetermined positions. Batman watched as the new group dispersed through the cathedral. Their movements were professional, efficient. These were the specialists, people who understood medieval engineering and acoustics. Carlo had assembled a sophisticated team for his performance. The chalice? He subvocalized to Oracle. No sign yet. They'll want to time its appearance for maximum dramatic effect. Her typing was barely audible in the background. Temperatures dropping in the lower levels. They're already starting to manipulate the ventilation systems. The cathedral's medieval climate control was another marvel of engineering. A network of passages and chambers that could create dramatic atmospheric effects. Combined with the building's natural acoustics and carefully positioned lights, it could produce experiences that would have seemed miraculous to ancient worshippers. They're laying the groundwork for Carlo's entrance, Batman observed, building anticipation among the followers. Sister Margaret's voice carried knowing cynicism. Standard cult psychology. Create an atmosphere of expectation, make people anticipate something extraordinary. By the time their leader appears, they're primed to believe whatever they see. The moon continued its ascent, its color deepening toward blood red. Inside the cathedral, Carlo's people had begun what appeared to be a prayer service, but the words were unfamiliar, a mixture of Latin phrases and something older. The acoustic specialists had positioned themselves near key resonance points, their instruments ready. 2 hours until the moon reaches its peak, Oracle noted. They'll want to build gradually toward that moment. Batman shifted his position, moving through the cathedral's upper architecture with practiced silence. The cultists had positioned guards near obvious access points, but they didn't know about the maintenance passages Father Michael had revealed, routes known only to the cathedral's caretakers. Their security has gaps, he reported. They don't fully understand how the building's systems interact. The original architects were clever that way, Father Michael replied. They built in complications that wouldn't be obvious from studying the plans alone. Sequences that only work if you understand the spiritual principles behind them. As if to demonstrate his point, one of Carlo's teams attempted to activate a water flow system. The result was less dramatic than they'd clearly expected. Instead of the planned fountain effect, they managed only a faint trickle. "They'll learn," Sister Margaret cautioned. "They've got people analyzing each attempt, adjusting their approach." She was right. The next attempt produced better results, sending a cascade of water through previously hidden channels. The cultists were methodically testing the cathedral's features, learning through trial and error. "Main entrance," Oracle said suddenly. "Multiple vehicles arriving. This looks like..." "Carlo," Batman finished. He could see the procession forming, robed figures escorting a tall man whose mere presence seemed to electrify the gathered followers. Victor Carlo moved with practiced theatrical grace, every gesture calculated for maximum effect. "No sign of the chalice," Oracle noted, "but one of his attendants is carrying a wrapped object of about the right size." Batman watched as Carlo entered the cathedral. The cult leader paused just inside the doors, letting his followers anticipate his next move. He was dressed in what appeared to be authentic medieval ceremonial robes, probably stolen from some museum collection. "Quite a performance," Sister Margaret commented quietly. "He knows how to make an entrance." Indeed, Carlo seemed to understand exactly how to use the cathedral's architecture to frame himself. He positioned himself where moonlight through the rose window would catch his robes, creating an ethereal effect. When he spoke, his voice carried perfectly through the space. He'd clearly studied the building's acoustics. "My children," he intoned, managing to sound both humble and commanding. "Tonight we reclaim ancient power. Tonight we prove that true faith still works wonders." He gestured and his attendants began moving to predetermined positions. The old church has forgotten the reality of divine intervention. They've reduced sacred mysteries to mere symbols. But we will demonstrate that real power still flows through consecrated spaces. "He's good," Sister Margaret admitted grudgingly, telling them exactly what they want to hear, that they're special, that they'll experience something authentic. Carlo continued his progress through the cathedral, his followers arranging themselves in patterns that Batman recognized from the stolen documents. They were recreating configurations described in the prophecy, but with subtle modifications. "They're setting up relay positions," he reported. "Each person will help trigger a different architectural feature. When combined, they'll create a synchronized performance," Oracle finished. "Light, sound, airflow, water effects, all coordinated to simulate divine manifestation." Carlo reached the main altar, turning to face his assembled followers. At some hidden signal, the acoustic specialists began playing not obvious music, but specific tones that resonated with the cathedral's structure. The effect was subtle but powerful, creating harmonics that seemed to come from the stones themselves. "Clever," Father Michael said softly. "They're using the building's own voice." The moon's light was steadily reddening, its color visible through the cathedral's many windows. Carlo's attendant unwrapped the object they'd been carrying, not the chalice itself, but an ornate box that presumably contained it. "Now," Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle, "while they're focused on the presentation." He moved silently through the maintenance passages. positioning himself near the altar's hidden infrastructure. Carlo was building toward his dramatic moment, but Batman had spent days studying exactly how the cathedral's systems could be used or disabled. "Ready when you are," Oracle confirmed. "Sister Margaret's people are in position to help contain the crowd." Carlo raised his hands dramatically, moonlight catching his robes. "Brothers and sisters, behold the vessel of true power, the chalice that will prove your faith." His attendant opened the ornate box with theatrical slowness. "Tonight, we drink divine protection. Tonight, we..." He trailed off, staring at the opened box. Instead of the chalice, it contained a simple note, written in Father Michael's elegant hand. "Faith needs no theatrical effects." Before Carlo could react, Batman triggered the cathedral's true security systems. Not the showy effects the cultists had planned to use, but the real defensive features built into its architecture. Water that was supposed to create dramatic fountains instead flowed through channels that sealed off sections of the building. Acoustic frequencies that were meant to simulate divine voices activated ancient locking mechanisms. "What is this?" Carlo demanded, his theatrical persona cracking. "Where is the chalice?" "Safe," Batman replied, stepping out of shadows that suddenly seemed deeper than before. "Where it's always been." The cult leader's composure shattered completely. "How? We had the plans, the documentation. We spent months learning these systems." "You learned what was written down," Batman agreed. "But the cathedral's true guardians pass down more than just documents. They understand principles that can't be stolen." Around them, the building's medieval security continued its work. Carlo's followers found themselves separated into manageable groups as hidden panels closed and passages sealed. The acoustic specialists' instruments went silent as the cathedral's architecture channeled their sound waves in unexpected ways. "This is impossible," one of Carlo's engineers protested. "We mapped every system." "No," Father Michael's voice carried through the space, though he remained unseen. "You mapped what you could understand, but this cathedral was built by people who knew that true security comes from wisdom, not just mechanics." Sister Margaret's people began moving through the crowd, calming Carlo's confused followers, while GCPD officers appeared at the exits. The cult leader himself stood frozen, his grand theatrical moment transformed into something entirely different. "The chalice was never here," Batman told him quietly. "We moved it days ago after we discovered your plans. The box, the positioning, the effects. We let you build toward a moment that was always going to fail." "A lesson in humility," Father Michael added, finally emerging from the shadows near the altar. "And perhaps a demonstration that real faith doesn't need special effects." As the police began taking statements and processing arrests, Batman watched how the cathedral's architecture slowly returned to its normal configuration. The medieval security systems reset themselves quietly, hidden features sliding back into centuries-old positions. "Beautiful engineering," Oracle commented through his cowl. "But it only works properly when used with respect for its original purpose." "Like faith itself," Father Michael agreed, having overheard through the communication system Sister Margaret had helped set up. "Most powerful when it serves its true function, rather than someone's desire for control." The blood moon had reached its peak, shining through the cathedral's windows with otherworldly radiance. But now its light fell on a very different scene than Carlo had planned. Not a demonstration of false miracles, but a reminder that true mysteries often lay in the harmony between faith and reason, between ancient wisdom and modern understanding. In the following days, the cathedral returned to its normal rhythms. The chalice was restored to a new, more secure location, and Father Michael worked with Sister Margaret to help those of Carlos' followers who genuinely sought spiritual guidance rather than theatrical validation. Batman made one final visit a week later, standing in the bell tower as evening prayers concluded below. The cathedral's ancient stones still held countless secrets, but they were secrets that would remain properly protected, not through elaborate security systems or theatrical demonstrations, but through the quiet wisdom of those who understood that some mysteries were meant to be preserved rather than exploited. The cathedral feels different now, Oracle observed as Batman prepared to depart. More settled, somehow. It protected itself, he replied, with help from people who respected its true purpose. He looked out over Gotham's nighttime landscape, where modern buildings stretched toward the sky like new spires beside ancient ones. Some powers don't need grand demonstrations. They work best in silence and shadow, guarding what matters without drawing attention to themselves. The cathedral's bells began their evening toll, their deep voices carrying the same message they had for centuries. A reminder that in Gotham, as in faith itself, the most profound truths often lay not in dramatic displays of power, but in the quiet persistence of wisdom passed down through generations of dedicated guardians. As Batman swung away into the night, the cathedral stood peaceful in the gathering darkness, its secrets once again secure within its ancient walls. In a city constantly torn between past and future, it remained a steadfast reminder that some mysteries were best left undisturbed, protected by those who understood that true power often lay not in grand demonstrations, but in the humble act of preserving what was sacred. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well, each